Okay, good morning to everyone. I hope you slept well. And welcome to everyone here today, including our guests as well. Let me just get my glasses out quickly. Yeah, and welcome to our guests, Mr. Rashid Sidat, Mr. Graham Gotts, and Ms. Mamukete Machumane. That we will be listening to today. Thank you very much for coming. To introduce the panel very quickly, I'm Andre Gaum, chairing the hearing panel into the July Unrest, joined by fellow panelists on my left, Commissioner Pelilin Thuli, and on my right, Commissioner Chris Nissen. The evidence team will introduce themselves quickly. Please, Lloyd, go ahead.
Thank you very much and good morning to the panel. Good morning, colleagues. I'm Lloyd Lotz and one of the evidence leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Advocate Ofense Motlasedi.
Thank you very much. So before we start, we just need to administer the oath very quickly. I suppose that all three of you will be participating. So let me start with Mr. Sidat. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
I do.
Do you consider the oath as binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Indeed, yes.
Please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Sorry.
Please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Then, secondly, Ms. Machumane. I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correct. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
I do.
Do you consider the oath as binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you will be give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Then, Mr. Gotts, are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
I do.
Do you consider the oath as binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence that you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure how we're going to go about things, if there's an opening statement, Advocate Lotz, or whether you will go into questioning straight away.
Thank you very much, Chair. The evidence for this morning is supplemented by a submission which I believe has been shared with the panel as well, and the colleagues will collectively also give us a presentation. Once that presentation has been concluded, we will then go into questioning. They will guide us in terms of the submission as to which aspects they are covering, but of course the comprehensive submission, I believe that the presentation is sort of a synthesis of the submission.
So they will basically make initial inputs, and then we'll take it from their presentations.
Correct.
So please, over to you. Anyone in whatever sequence, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members of the Commission. We are very pleased to be here. As I, maybe just to say that I'm the Executive Director of the Gauteng City Region Observatory, and I'll explain what that is all about. I have with me on my left is Dr. Mamoketi Machumani, who is a researcher at the GCRO, and Mr. Graham Gotts, who is the Director of Research Strategy, also at the GCRO. We're going to be doing a presentation in 3 parts. As the advocate was saying, it is based on the submission that has been made. We thought that a presentation might be better because it's much more illustrative and it has graphs and things like that, and I think makes the point in a much sort of clearer way. Our actual submission is 9 pages and a bit, so it goes on to the 10th page, and it is supported by 3 documents. And just to indicate, I mean, we're not going to go through the documents. Some of them are particularly voluminous, but most substantially based on the Quality of Life Survey overview report, and then supplemented by 2 smaller pieces. One is a data brief on the impact of the pandemic, and the other is, I think, just an op-ed article that was put in the Daily Maverick on the 9th of September. And that more or less, I think, was the date on which we launched the 6th iteration of the Quality of Life Survey, which is the mainstay of our presentation. But I think that the submission is, and supplemented by the PowerPoint will give you a pretty good idea about what we are saying. I should say, Chairperson, that the GCRO does a lot of different work, but we were specifically asked by the Commission to focus on the outcome of the Quality of Life Survey, and that's what we're going to be doing. But of course, during the question time, if there are issues which you feel that we could make some sort of input, we would be happy to do so on the basis of our knowledge and understanding of, the urban situation within what we call the Gauteng City region. So if we may, is it possible for us to flight the presentation? I don't have a clicker, but I mean, I'll just say next slide, if that's okay. Oh, is there a clicker?
No, sorry, but you see the presentation?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes, we see the presentation.
Yeah, we can see the presentation very clearly.
Are there hard copies available, perhaps, of that as well? That might be helpful.
There may not be
but it's
copies of
okay.
the
I mean, it
presentation.
can be provided later. You can
Yeah,
go ahead,
but
so.
yeah, but actually it does broadly follow the actual submission. So, but I think the submission can look a little dense, Chairperson. So the first thing is that this is the Quality of Life Survey. It's the 6th iteration. We've been doing it virtually since the time the Gauteng City Region Observatory was established. And it was launched, as I said earlier, on the 6th of September last year. Next slide. So just to give you an idea about what the GCRO is all about, it was launched in September 2008. It was really a discussion that was held at that time, sometime in 2008, between the then Premier of Gauteng, Mbazima Shilowa, and the former Vice-Chancellors of the University of Johannesburg and Wits University. And it was really about saying how can academia assist in the understanding of what happens within the broader Gauteng context. And as a consequence, this organization, it's really an association of 4 parties. We later on brought on the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, the Gauteng component. So there are now 4 partners to the GCRO, and it has 2 academics from each of the universities and 2 representatives each from provincial and local government. So that's an 8-person board who oversees the governance of the institution. It's funded very substantially by the Office of the Premier in Gauteng, and WITS and UJ also make an additional contribution. For example, we are based at WITS University, and all our sort of infrastructure, office space, accommodation, and sort of core services are provided by WITS University. And UJ also provides a whole range of additional services as well. So I just want to summarize, without going into any great detail, what is really the mission, if you like, of the GCRO. It's really to help to build this knowledge base that government, but also business, labor, and civil society, and residents at large need to shape the appropriate strategies that will advance this idea of a city region that is globally competitive, and from an economic point of view, obviously, spatially integrated, environmentally sustainable, and socially inclusive. So, I mean, there's really a normative basis in what we're doing. It's not just sort of we're doing work for its own sake. It's about, I think, building and advancing the idea of a kind of Gauteng which is consistent with the values of the Constitution. We currently have about 20 staff members, and as I said early on, we're located at WITS University. Next slide. So to move on, Chairperson, to what is the GCRO's Quality of Life Survey. Firstly, we say it's one of South Africa's largest and longest running social surveys, aside from the census and the other surveys that are done by Stats SA, but certainly done by non-state institutions. I think we certainly in that particular category. Next slide. Not next slide. Next. Yeah. It's also randomly sampled adults who are interviewed in their homes. So all of our surveys are done on a face-to-face basis, in spite of, I think, very substantial challenges that we face in that regard. And here actually we're talking about middle class and upper class homes, which are highly fortified, and the ability for our field workers to get into them. Next slide. The data is representative at ward, municipal, and provincial levels, and I think that's really important, particularly for local municipalities and metros, so they have a keen sense of what is going on right at a very localized level, which very few survey instruments are able to do. I think with the exception of the census, which is, as you know, has just been completed for 2022. Next slide. And the data can be mapped in many ways and is comparable over time. And this is a really important point, that you can see spatial representation. For example, we were able to, during the COVID pandemic, to assist the Gauteng provincial government in its fight against COVID, especially in the early days, by looking at vulnerability, for example, and mapping that specifically. And then sort of overlaying that with levels of infection and so on. And is comparable over time, and you'll see that in some of the charts or graphs that we will be putting forward. Next slide. There are 214 questions, and the reason I'm laughing, Chair, is because, in fact, I hadn't yet started at the GCRO when the fieldwork was done. I used to work at the Office of the Premier in Gauteng for many years before then. And there was something like 214 questions, and I was one of the persons who was randomly sampled, and it took a good hour to actually go through all of it in this face-to-face interview. Now, we're not going to cover all of these dimensions. It'll take us far too long, but certainly the ones that concern the Commission around socioeconomic issues, governance and governance type issues, and so on, and of course the impact of COVID, will be specifically covered. Next slide. These are the respondents that we interviewed. You can see 13,000. If you compare, for example, the NIDS-CRAM survey, which is done in the Western Cape, or rather in the Cape Metropole, by the universities there, you'll see that they do a national survey and the number of respondents are substantially lower on a national footprint. We have a minimum of 600 per municipality. So, I mean, even if you're a little Lesedi or Mid-Vaal, you'll have at least 600, face-to-face interviews in all 529 wards with at least 20 interviews each. So, of course, we want to make absolutely certain that, that the coverage is extensive. The intensity of the red dots, I mean, will tell you, if you know Gauteng well enough, is basically where Johannesburg is basically, just south of that is Soweto, obviously, around Mfuleni are the major sort of so-called Vaal townships, Alexandra on the top right-hand corner of Johannesburg, and then, of course, Mamelodi, Atteridgeville in the northwestern parts of Tshwane around Mabopane, Soshanguve, etc. So you can see where the population concentrations are higher, that's where there's a greater intensity of sample size and distribution. Next slide. The data collection, I mean, given the difficulties that we confront with COVID over the last 2 years, we did this all during the COVID period, and you can see we started around October 2020 after the first wave, and you can see it sort of accelerated up to over 4,000 interviews and then declined quite a lot as we headed towards the December holiday. And if you remember, the second wave then kicked in towards the end of the end of the December, well, at the end of December actually it was, and then that started picking up, and of course we then had to go with that, and then it then sort of peaked by the middle of February, around 2,000, and then basically was completed in May. So we have, I think, slap bang in the middle of the COVID period is when we did the field work. Next slide. So, what we do, and I suppose this is the headline issue that we have in the quality of life, which we'll come back to. You can see that this is an index which basically crunches all of the critical variables together into an index which gives you numbers in the 60s. Of course, it doesn't seem like it's dramatic, but a slight movement in the index, upwards or downwards, would indicate quite a big shift. So we need to understand that. It's not like, oh, it's 60, 61, 63. I mean, from 61 to 64 is actually quite an improvement, or substantial improvement if you take all the factors into account. So we'll let you know towards the end of the presentation what the overall story was. Next slide. So if you can just go just carry on, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So these are the dimensions that we are, that the full report actually covers. We're giving you a top slice of some of the things that we believe are pertinent to the terms of reference of the Commission. Next slide. I'm now going to take you very briefly through the impact of COVID on households and daily lives, and thereafter my colleague Mamuketi will take over. Next slide. So the issue here is, what has the impact of COVID been on households and daily life? So the 2.7% of the residents of the households reported that at least one member tested positive for COVID, from March 2020 up to the point that they were interviewed. Next slide. Now this seems actually pretty low, but in fact it's not, because this accords with the actual number of 2.7%, which is 15, 16 million people in Gauteng on the basis of Stats SA's mid-year estimates, and you can see it's close to 500,000, which also accords, next slide, it's sort of like covered a bit, but really what it's saying is that the official number of COVID infections are in the order of 450,000. So you can see that our numbers are not far apart. But we are very well aware of the fact that there's a substantial degree of underreporting because many people were not tested and so on. But it does give you a sense of the kind of ballpark that we are talking about. Next slide. So the next issue is are basically issues around the impact on the distribution of confirmed COVID cases shaped by access to testing and healthcare. So this will give you a sense by race and also in aggregate terms for Gauteng as a whole, what has the situation been with COVID in the household that was reported. And people who tried, in the second bar of that bar chart is those who tried to test for COVID but were refused. Now, if you see Black African as 2.2%, that's not a reflection, I mean, that's weighted accordingly. So if Black Africans are 80% of the population in Gauteng, it's that kind of weighting that we and you'll see in the aggregate number, it will be reflected. So 2.2% reported in-house COVID, and 2% said they tried to test for COVID but were refused. In the colored community, you can see it actually increased quite a lot. And of course, the worrying thing is that it's the highest for people who tried to test for COVID. But there was a greater level of reporting in terms of people actually saying that they had COVID. Amongst Indian Asian group, you can see that it was 5.2%. That group is the smallest in terms of the overall proportion in Gauteng, but it could possibly have been driven by things like Eid festivals and so on, which might have explained the level of COVID infection, but the lowest in terms of actual testing that was done. Amongst the whites, similar to Indian and Asians. And then you see the aggregate for Gauteng as a whole. Next slide. So the issue is that in terms of income, and you can see from 1 Rand to 800 Rand all the way through the very highest income levels, and I mean this makes complete intuitive sense that those, of course, very low levels of households actually reported COVID in the lower income groups, and as the income levels increase, you can see that sort of pinkish, orangish bar basically increased quite a lot at the top end of the income groups. And those who tried to test, you can see in lower income groups it was higher, and through to middle income groups as well. But the moment you hit the highest income group, it was very, very small, and that's again very intuitive. I mean, people could use their own resources without having to go to state institutions to receive, to get the test. And then there's the issue around access to healthcare, and you can see, I mean, it's basically the bars just decrease as incomes increase. So obviously, if you're in the 51%, 51,000 or more per month income, I mean, the chances are that you've got medical aid, and of course you wouldn't have too much of a problem. And remember, I think the issue is this is general access to healthcare. So people who are dependent on state hospitals and clinics and so on, who are inundated with COVID, obviously would be pushed to the back of the queue, as it were. Next slide. So I guess we did find that households really try to protect themselves. And if you look at the one which is 92%, almost everyone, almost 100%, but not 100%, avoided indoor public spaces and gatherings, and particularly during the first year and the height of the pandemic and lockdown and so on. Many of them bought alcohol-based sanitizers, but there were also some sort of ways in which they changed what they think, how they did their daily business, things like where they bought groceries, and also changing, well, a quarter reported that they changed their main mode of transport. And of course we know that most of the commuting in Gauteng, by far the lion's share, is taken up by the taxi industry. So it's not clear exactly how they did that, but because that level of detail we don't necessarily have. Then next slide, and this is my final slide from my side, is what we found is that, and this is whether or not particular racial groups and separately income groups would have likely kept the children out of school. And again, I think it's fairly intuitive, given racialized inequality in South Africa, black Africans being the highest, followed by coloreds and Asians, and whites being the lowest. And in Gauteng, it was in the order of 40%. I mean, it might be that the 28%, because of the, I think, the better facilities in what used to be called Model C schools and private schools, would have enabled a greater level of participation by kids in the education system. And you see a similar pattern as you go across income groups, and of course you can even overlay that in terms of the idea of racialized inequality, and you probably find the same thing. Chairperson, I think that is where my part of the presentation goes. And if we can ask, if we can go straight into the next one, if that's through you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rashid, and good morning to the panel, the members of the commission. So I will be taking you through some of the economic as well as socio-economic impacts of the pandemic, and to see how the pandemic has affected different groups of people in terms of the population groups, in terms of income, categories, and in terms of sex.
Just before you continue, sorry to interrupt you, I just wanted to know this, the image that is available here to us of the PowerPoint presentation, is that also available to the members of the media, especially from the networks and so on? Because it used to be projected here at the back as well when we had online meetings, or online hearings with ministers and so on. So I mean, we can see this, but can we in a way make it or make it available, especially to the TV stations as well, that they can also see it, because they're basically talking to the PowerPoint presentation. I see. Okay. Thank you so much. You may continue.
The general picture that our quality of life survey is showing is the fact that the city region is undergoing deep socioeconomic distress. And I will show this through a number of factors and dynamics. Next slide. So one of the questions that we asked in this current iteration of quality of life was the fact that whether people have experienced salary losses, salary reductions, or reduced working hours. And from the graph, we see that males and more educated people were most likely to report reductions in salary and working hours. So if you look at the graph, you see that Black Africans, the proportion of Black Africans who actually experienced reductions in salary and working hours was sitting at 29% as compared to colored and white respondents. And then when we look at differentiations between sex, we see that males were more affected by a reduction in salary and working hours. And we see that people who have matric and post-matric education were actually affected by this dynamic. But it will become more apparent in terms of explaining why this is the case when we look at those people that reported losing a job. Next slide, please, which is the next slide. So when we look at this graph, we see that 18% of all respondents in our survey reported to having lost a job since March 2020. And looking at the differences between population group, sex, and education levels, we see that Black Africans were more affected by loss of jobs, together with coloreds and Indians, but white respondents were more protected from losing their jobs. When we look at the sex, we see that there isn't much variation between the males and females, but when we go more and looking at the education levels, we see that those with no education or lower levels of education have actually experienced job losses. Next slide, please. And then when we look at those respondents who reported having closed the business permanently since March 2020, we see that Indians and Black Africans were more affected by the closure in businesses, with the average for Gauteng being 10%. So we see that 10% of business owners in Gauteng have actually closed their businesses since the pandemic, since the outbreak of the pandemic. And when we look at the variations between males and females, there isn't that much variation, but we see males being more affected by business closures since March 2020. And then in terms of education, there isn't that much variation between the different groups. Next slide, please. And then the other factor that we looked at was people's ability to return back to work, even though they've lost a job since March 2020. So one of the things that we asked respondents was whether they, since March 2020 and since losing a job, have they been able to return to employment? And we see that a return to employment is more likely for white, males, and highly educated respondents. So when you look at the graph, you see that 44% of respondents who had lost a job since March 2020 have actually returned to employment. And looking at that, according to the population group, we see that whites were more likely to report returning to employment than Black Africans and all the other race groups. Looking at males and females, we see that males were more likely to return to employment at 49%, and those with matric and those with post-matric qualifications reported the likelihood of them returning to employment since March 2020. Next slide. So this slide shows the poverty line, and from this graph we see that the 2020-21 survey shows that the poverty line has actually it has actually increased to levels that are even beyond the 2013 levels. So from the 2013 survey, we see that 35% of households in Gauteng were living below the poverty line, and that declined in the 2015 survey to 30%, and it was even lower in the 2017 survey at 24%. So we've seen how actually, if I can say, 6 years of progress in poverty alleviation being reversed in the current iteration of the survey, which is actually worrying. Next slide, please. Looking at the impact of COVID in terms of the income groups, we see that COVID-19 has driven lower income households into poverty. So if you look across the results from the 2015-16, the 2017-18, and the current iteration of the survey, you actually see that some of the lower income respondents have actually been pushed into the lower rungs of the income category. So for instance, when you look at the category of 3,201 to 12,800 per month, you see that from the 2015-16 to the 2017-18, the percentages were in the 30s. But when you come to the 2020-21 survey, the results show that there's been a slight dip to 28%. So this shows the level at which residents of the Gauteng province have actually been pushed into the lower rungs of the income categories. Next slide. Can I look at yours? Because I can. So looking at some of the food insecurity issues, we see that there's high levels of food insecurity in Gauteng. So more than half of households in Gauteng are experiencing food insecurity. And when we look at this in terms of, so the level of food insecurity, we calculated we looked at it as where adults in a household or children in a household have actually skipped a meal because there wasn't enough money to buy food. So when we look at adults in the household who have skipped a meal, we see that there has actually been an increase from 14% in the 2013-14 survey to 25%, which is like a high percentage of adults in households who have skipped a meal. And when we look at children in households who have skipped a meal, we see that from the 2017-18, it was standing at 21%, but in the current iteration, it's slightly dropped to 20%, but these percentages are actually higher than the percentages in 2013-14, which was at 11%. But in contrast to this very bleak picture of food insecurity in household, when we look at some of the efforts that government has actually tried to assist in cushioning the poor from food insecurity, and we look at children that have benefited from a school feeding scheme, we see that there's actually been progress in that from 29% in 2013-14 to 44% in the current iteration 2020-21, which is a high increase. Next slide. So I'm now going to take you through some of the social issues, and I think one of the things that is worth mentioning here is that our quality of life survey looks at some of the psychosocial issues that most surveys don't look into, and I'll be taking you through some of those dynamics. Next slide, please. In terms of health, so we asked the question in the survey, which looked at people's how they view their health status. So do they think they have poor health, good health, or excellent health? And from this slide, we can see that, so this slide shows the proportion of people who said that their health is either poor or very poor, and we look at it by race, and we see that Black Africans were more likely to report poor and very poor health than colored and white respondents. Next slide, please. In this slide, we look at the patient health questionnaire, which is a screening tool that is used to screen the risk of depression. And we looked at, so from the PHQ score, so people that report to not, over the past few days, not having experienced any kind of little interest or pleasure in doing things and feeling down or depressed or hopeless. So if they reported to not experiencing those feelings, the score is 0. But if they experience these feelings almost on a daily basis, then the score would be a 3. So we asked 2 questions. The one question was whether people had little interest or pleasure in doing things. And the other question was whether they felt down or depressed or hopeless in the past few days. And from the score, so those that scored 0 to 2% to 2 were at low risk of depression, and those that scored 3 and above were at high risk of depression. And I think from our quality of life results, we see that depression has actually increased from 12% in 2017-18 to 14% in 2020-21, and people that were at high risk of depression were increasing. And mainly, the main reason for this increase in depression was especially higher for those that are experiencing socioeconomic distress. Next slide. So in this slide, we're looking at a number of factors which actually contributed to depression. And we see that those facing socioeconomic distress, as I said earlier, were had a much higher risk of reporting depression. So when we look at the percentage of depression by extent of food insecurity, we see that those who are experiencing severe food security were actually at high risk of experiencing depression at 21%. And when we look at the risk of depression by whether people were economically impacted by, for instance, a loss of job, a closure of business, or reduced salaries and working hours, we see a direct correlation where those who were impacted by 3 or more of those factors were actually experiencing were at risk of higher depression, and for those who were not impacted by any of the factors were actually at lower risk of depression. Next slide. And then when we look at issues of life satisfaction, we see that there are higher levels of dissatisfaction. So looking at dissatisfaction with, so we asked a range of questions to respondents with regards to their satisfaction or dissatisfaction with their marriage or relationships, dissatisfaction with the time that they spent with their family members and with friends. And we see that there's actually rising dissatisfaction across the various polls that we've done. With regards to marriages and relationships, we see that during 2020-21, 9% of the respondents actually said that they were dissatisfied with their relationships, and 18% were dissatisfied with the time that they spent with their family members, and 12% were dissatisfied with their friends. Next slide. And then we look at issues of violence and how violence has affected different respondents within the Gauteng province. And then from this slide, we see that male respondents were likely to experience childhood abuse. So any kind of childhood abuse, we see that males were experiencing the highest. And in terms of physical abuse, like for instance, being beaten by a belt or things like that, we also see that males are leading the pack with 67%. And then in terms of childhood abuse, sexual abuse, we see that females are at higher risk of experiencing childhood sexual abuse. Next slide. And then continuing with violence and looking at physical trauma in the past year, we see that 20% of males were experiencing, reported that they experienced trauma, physical trauma in the past year, and 14% of males reported that they were threatened or hurt by a weapon such as a gun or a knife. And then looking at those that were hit, 10% of males actually experienced that, and those that were kicked, 6% of males. So the overall picture here is that males are actually experiencing physical trauma. Next slide. So I'm gonna hand over to my colleague Graham to take you through satisfaction with government.
Thanks very much, Mamuketi, and thanks to the commissioners and the evidence leaders for the opportunity to present. I've got another 10 slides or so just talking about governance issues and then the overall picture on quality of life. And just a quick apology that unfortunately the slides look fine on our side, but unfortunately when it gets translated onto the screen there's a little bit of distortion. So apologies about that. Next slide, please. So I think it's fair to say that in the socioeconomic crisis, in this context in which there's very, very, very heavy impacts on households, at the everyday life level, and these heavy impacts of this COVID period on social conditions, on questions of depression, on health, family life, and so on and so forth. It's fair to say that government certainly did try to come to the party. We see a situation where there were various measures that were introduced, various grants, various kinds of food support. Overall, we see that 23% of our respondents say that they or someone in their household received the COVID-19 Social Relief in Distress Grant, the SRD grant. And approximately 13% of our respondents say that they received some kind of food support, either from government or from an NGO over this period. And generally speaking, when we asked people the question, are you satisfied with government's response to COVID, the response was quite heartening. 62% overall said that they were satisfied with government's response. But it's also fair to say that in spite of these efforts by government, there was not a corresponding increase or corresponding sensibility in society that government was doing enough. Next slide, please. In fact, we see that our respondents in the Quality of Life survey, this last iteration, were very concerned about various dimensions of government, and there was actually a very, very serious decline in the levels of trust and confidence in the future. So only 24% say that they trust the current leaders of government. Only 17% agree that the leaders from different parts of government in Gauteng work well together. Only 18% agree that leaders include most stakeholders in government decision-making. Now, we ask the question every time that we run the Quality of Life survey since 2011, the question of respondents, do you agree or disagree that the country is going in the wrong direction? And if you look at the bar graph in front of you, the red are those people who say we disagree, or sorry, we agree the country is going in the wrong direction. The red is bad. And you can basically see here that there was a not insignificant uptick in the percentage of respondents saying that they strongly agree or agree that the country is going in the wrong direction from the last survey to this survey. Last time around, 18% said we strongly agree the country is going in the wrong direction. This time around, 24%, 6 percentage point increase, said that the country is going in the wrong direction. Next slide, please. We asked the, just one up if you don't mind, if you can. So we asked the question, what is government, in your opinion, doing the worst at? And obviously a very sizable proportion signaled economic factors. 52% said job creation is what government is doing the worst at. But it's notable that 18% said that government is doing the worst at keeping itself free of corruption. We also asked the question, what is the main reason that people live in poverty Here, 65% said that lack of jobs, it's understandable, is the main reason people live in poverty. But quite startling, 15% said corrupt or incompetent government leaders and officials is the main reason that people live in poverty. And there's various other questions in the survey that give you clear evidence that our respondents are very, very concerned about the levels of corruption in government. And we think that this decline in trust, attitudes towards whether leaders are incorporating people into decision-making, these concerns around corruption, and so on and so forth, have had a very strong impact, negative impact on satisfaction with government overall. So next slide, please. I'm just going to show you very quickly how this plays out for national government, provincial government, and local government. There was a big decline in the percentage of respondents who were very satisfied or satisfied with national government. You're looking at the blue bars on that graph. Last time round, approximately 42% of respondents overall said they were satisfied with national government. This time round, that's dropped all the way back down to 33%. Next slide, please. The impacts on provincial government have been particularly noticeable. You can see here that over the years of the survey, satisfaction, again, you're looking at the blue bars, satisfaction with provincial government was increasing gradually. And here you see the impacts of a strong and confident premier who's obviously very popular coming to the fore. And in 2017-18, provincial government had the highest level of satisfaction of any of the three spheres of government, okay, at 44%. But it dropped by the largest percentage points, from 44% all the way back down to 29% in the last quality of life survey. Next slide, please. Local government traditionally has the lowest levels of satisfaction of all three spheres, and it's dropped even further in 2020-21, from approximately 37% all the way back down to only 26%. So all three spheres of government has suffered a decline in satisfaction. These various factors of very, very difficult socioeconomic context, hammering social conditions, and then the sense of a lack of trust in government that's coming to the fore has very strongly impacted on satisfaction with government. Next slide, please. And you can see here we can cut the data in a number of different ways to show you how the various factors, the various concerns that people might have, how that impacts on satisfaction. So this is a cut of a question that I showed you earlier. What are the reasons that you think people live in poverty? And you can see that those people who said, we think the main reason people live in poverty is corrupt or incompetent government officials, those people who signal a strong concern with corruption, only 20% of those people are satisfied with provincial government. Those people who gave all other reasons, jobs, etc., are the main reasons that people lived in poverty, 31% satisfied with provincial government. And it's very, very clear what's happening. People who are very concerned with corruption have a much dimmer view of provincial government. Those who have a lesser concern around corruption think that provincial government is doing better. Next slide, please. And the next slide. I'm just going to show you how all of these different things that the team has spoken to today pans out in terms of an overall quality of life score. And as my executive director, Rashid, has spoken about at the beginning, the quality of life index is basically one that pulls together 33 different variables from across the survey, important key variables that have been asked in every survey that we've conducted. And these 33 variables can be pulled together into a single composite measure that gives you an overall sense of quality of life in the city region. It's kind of like an overall score of the level of development in our province. Next slide, please. And you can see here that it's made up of a number of dimensions. I'm not going to go into the details, but there are obviously questions that cover a wide variety of factors, including, for example, some of the things that we've spoken about here today, services, socioeconomic status, government satisfaction, etc., etc. Next slide, please. So this is the overall picture. In 2013-14, the quality of life index score, a score out of 100, was 61 out of 100. That may not seem very high, but it's not bad. Was going up to 63 out of 100 in 2015-16, 64 out of 100 in 2017-18, and then on this composite measure, the overall measurement of development in our province was crunched back down to 61. It's basically where we were in 2013-14. And what you can basically conclude from that is that the COVID period, in overall terms, has stripped away 10 years of development in our province. That's the overall message here. Next slide, please. You can see how the various dimensions that I've spoken about, socioeconomic status, life satisfaction, government satisfaction, etc., differ. The different questions that are bundled into these various dimensions show different results for each dimension. And you can basically see here how some of the dimensions have been fairly static over the years. Some of them clearly, as we've spoken about today, like the socioeconomic status one, 41 out of 100 has dropped back down to 37 out of 100. Some of the measures have remained relatively good or even increased. Services, for example, have not done badly. But the big picture there, the big story there, is that the government satisfaction dimension has dropped from 51 out of 100 to 40 out of 100. And really that's the key message, that's the dimension that has pulled the overall measure of development all the way down to what we're seeing here today. Next slide, please. My last two slides before the conclusion. We can break the survey, the quality of life index, down by race groups, by gender, or any other factor, income group, or whatever it might be. I'm just going to show you two here today. All of the four population groups have seen a decline in their overall measured quality of life. But what's really notable here is that for Africans, dropping from 62 out of 100 in 2017-18 to 59, that population group has dropped back down to a level of development, measured development, that is worse than what it was in 2013-14. Very, very stark picture there. And then the last slide with a graph on it, I think I may have swapped over that. Oh, okay. I was going to talk about gender, but let me just leave that. Okay. The last couple of slides, I'm just going to pull all this together into an overall story. Next slide, please. The overall conclusions of what we're saying. And the next slide, please. So what we're in effect saying, in sum, these are putting words to the graphs. In overall terms, we're saying that the COVID-19 period hit the Gauteng city region already struggling with a range of challenges to multidimensional well-being, and has exacerbated many of these challenges. That COVID and its associated lockdowns have hit incredibly hard an already vulnerable society. The pandemic has unsettled daily routines and forced households to adapt, including by absorbing additional costs. It's a cost to the household if you have to go and buy sanitizer, right? Changing transport and shopping patterns, and having to give more attention to taking care of children and family members. And all of those things felt at the household level are disruptive to settled routines that people are comfortable with. The levels of socioeconomic distress are extreme. These are not just figures. They indicate a society in deep, deep distress, with many respondents reporting reduction in salaries, job losses, or business closures. Grants and social support have certainly provided some crucial protection to some of the most vulnerable. However, in general, the most disadvantaged have been the most affected, with Africans and lower middle income households having been hit the hardest. We see evidence for substantial and growing psychosocial distress. Personal health, mental health, and levels of social and personal well-being have all been knocked. We do see relative stability in terms of many basic services and relatively high satisfaction with government's response to COVID, as I said, but many residents feel let down. They feel abandoned by government, despite government's best efforts. Government has clearly not done everything that residents expect of it to take care of them. Government satisfaction has been deeply negatively affected, with a trust deficit being exacerbated by mounting concerns over corruption. And then my last slide, my last point. In overall terms, as measured by the Quality of Life Index, the index highlights decreasing well-being across nearly all dimensions, and with overall scores being pulled down most substantially by the dimensions of governance, as I've highlighted, and by socioeconomic status. And as mentioned, I'm not going to go through all of it, while all population groups have seen a decline in overall measured quality of life, it's Africans in particular who've seen their overall quality of life, as measured by the Quality of Life Index, decline to levels below that seen in 2013-14 that we must be most concerned about. And in some commissioners and evidence leaders, this is the context within which we saw the violence unfolding in July last year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation on the research you have done and the survey in particular. I think it will be very helpful to the Commission. Advocate Lotz, over to you to ask further pertinent questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair, I was just wondering whether we should maybe take a 5-minute comfort break
Yes, let's take
after that interesting presentation.
Okay. Maybe let's take a break until 10:30. It is now almost 20 past. Until 10:30.
10:30, thank you.
We stand down until 10:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairperson, we can start.
Thank you very much. We will continue now. Advocate Lotz.
Thank you very much, Chair. And of course, perhaps the order of our questioning will really just be focused on your presentation. And
Can you just speak up a bit? It's a bit difficult.
can you
Maybe
just
just
pull
put
the
it
mic
a bit closer to you.
closer, yes. Is it better now?
Much better.
Much
thank you.
better, thank you. Thank you. I was just saying that we will then proceed, myself and my colleague, in terms of just posing questions to you based on your presentation and the submission that we've looked at as well. Perhaps the theme or the themes that we'll really just be following, just for your interest's sake, I guess the very first one that we had highlighted was around the work of GCRO, but I think you've explained that. There may just be one or two questions related to that. We are then also particularly interested in the quality of life survey, as you spend some time focusing on that. And additionally to that also perhaps would be the issue of, and I think we're quite interested in your overall overview or your broad overview of spatial layouts of Gauteng, especially in reference to apartheid spatial planning. If there's any views, I think we're quite interested in that. Like I said, we'll focus on the quality of life survey. And then, of course, I think there may just be one or two broad questions relating to your conclusions as well. And, of course, other issues relating to, your engagement with government and the like. Yeah, so I think I won't follow any specific order, but my colleague and I will attempt to share those. Perhaps as a way of beginning then, I think when I pose the question, I'm not directing it to any specific individual, and perhaps the relevant colleague will then assist as the three of you are seated there. Maybe the first question on my side, in as far as the work that you do in GCRO, I think you also made a point about your mission to build sort of this knowledge base. I'm quite interested in knowing a little bit more, maybe not too lengthy, but very, very briefly, just to know a little bit more about your work specifically in relation to how you're building this knowledge base, how is your work consumed, by whom. You did tell us about your relationship with the tertiary institutions, SALGA and the like. Just very broadly and briefly, please.
I can certainly start, but is it okay if some of my colleagues supplement?
That's fine.
Okay. So I think that I want to start, I suppose, by saying that I was a former public servant for many years in the post-apartheid period. And I mean, that was like the dominant form of my life, my professional life. And in most of that time, I was responsible in part for research. because I was the head of for 10 years, the head of the Central Strategy Unit in Mayor Masonda's office, for example, in the city of Joburg. And then I was the head of the Planning Commission in Gauteng in the Premier's office for another 10 years. So both of those jobs involved research. But in government, we never got it right. And I think that part of the reason was not really about government interference or interference by politicians. It's just more that in a bureaucratized environment, it's actually very difficult to build up a knowledge base. By that I mean that you're responding to particular crises that break out from time to time, and you're asked to do bits and pieces of work, which usually comes down to work of consultants over a 3-4 month period. The GCRO is unique in that it has a relative autonomy, even though it's substantially funded by the Gauteng provincial government. It has a relative autonomy. It's based at the university. And I mean, in all my time, I was also the longest-serving board member of the GCRO prior to my appointment as the executive director, and the position has always been that autonomy is important, working with academic partners like Wits University and the University of Joburg. And the GCRO has been able to, over the 13 and a half years of its existence, been able to build up a knowledge base in a whole range of areas. I think most particularly on the quality of life, it's a 6 iteration, and you can see how the longitudinal work and data that we've collected over the last 6 surveys show a pattern and a trend. And the data is publicly available. It's on our website. You can get access to it, anyone, as long as they're not using it for commercial gain. So the vast amounts of data that we have generated out of quality of life survey can be cut and sliced and diced in a variety of different ways, and it's available for government, but also civil society and academic and research institutions. So that's really the mainstay of what the GCRO does. However, we have something like 9 research themes, and we're basically focusing on a wide range of things, including what we call inclusive economies, so analysis of that. My colleague here, Mamuketi, for example, has been very interested in, say, for example, in informal trading, the issues around governance. My colleague Graham here has been, and I also have an interest in governance issues. There's issues around poverty and inequality, and a lot of work, quantitative work, has been done. So that's the kind, and all of this, if you go to our website, you'll see it, and I mean, you'll see all of the work is there and is publicly available. And the other sort of key dimension, I suppose, one of the things that GCRO is well known, not only in South Africa but internationally, is our ability to represent data in interesting ways, using graphs and other forms of visualization, infographics, so that it makes it available and accessible to a wider audience. And that knowledge base is basically sort of, with time, is accumulated and is there for for more general use. Yeah, maybe I'll just go on to how is the work consumed, and I'll ask my colleagues if they want to add anything to what I've said. In terms of the consumption of the work, well, it's anyone who wants to listen, but we also go out proactively. So let me just say, for example, the Quality of Life Survey, again, is our flagship project because it's such a massive undertaking, and also I think generates data and information that is so profoundly useful that there are many stakeholders out there. So in the first instance, it is government, and both provincial government. In Gauteng, there are 14 departments, and they all ask us to actually do their particular components. The municipalities, in particular the metros, I mean, Gauteng has got 3 metros, as you know, we've like traditionally done that to the mayoral committees and to the executive management teams led by the city managers in the case of the metros, as well as to some of the local municipalities on a non-partisan basis. And I think that's important given the sort of current fluidity, but I think that I can say without fear of contradiction that the impartiality of the data is absolute, and I think, and not I think, I know that the data is used by people, by political parties across the spectrum, because it's very rigorous as well as credible. So the legitimacy of what the GCRO puts out there is very much what we do. And maybe just the final point is that we are going, so it's not just a sort of a passive thing that's on our website, but also a very active process of dissemination in a variety of forms to actually get it out there. So I think the beauty of the GCRO is that we're not kind of driven by money and commercial sort of interests. Given our sort of our mandate, I think it makes I think it really adds to the bank of knowledge, if you like, that exists around the Gauteng city region. Thank you. Oh, you got your.
Thanks very much, Advocate Lotz, for the question. I think what I'm going to do is really just bring a slightly different inflection to what Rashid has already said. And to do that, I'm just going to take one step back and say something about what is the Gauteng city region. I think we need to understand that the Gauteng city region, as the sort of heartland of the country, is a very complex space. It's 2% of the national land area, but it concentrates with 16 million people, about 25% of the national population, and it holds about a third of the national economy. So it's a space of considerable opportunity, but also in attracting large numbers of people, but also being a very dynamic economy that doesn't absorb all people equally. It's also a very challenging space. And so in order to find a way to get everyone onto the same page, and that means all the different bits of government that manage different aspects of the space, national departments, SOEs, provincial government was obviously the most important player here, but also municipalities, metros and local municipalities. In order to get everyone in the government space, as well as other players, business, civil society, onto the same page about how to work together to develop the space, we need better strategic intelligence. We really need to know better what's going on. Okay, so the gambit of the GCRO is to invest in knowledge production. And as Rashid has said, there's a number of different dimensions of that. We've set our course such that one of our big focus areas is primary data collection through surveys, through things like satellite imagery that gives us a sense of spatial patterns and so on and so forth. The analysis of that data, what are the trends and dynamics that data collected sequentially in a comparative way shows us over time. Then the interpretation of that data into policy implications. Okay, I do need to emphasize that the role of the GCRO is not necessarily to write policy for government, although we have often worked very closely with provincial leaders in order to design policies that they've asked us to help them with. A good example a couple of years ago was a big water security strategy coming out of the Day Zero crisis in Cape Town. We were asked to assist them with designing a framework for understanding the water security risks of the province and what we should be doing about it. But we're not primarily, we're not an in-house policy think tank. I just need to emphasize that point. And then last but not least, because we're also a step back, relatively independent, as Rashid has said, academic institution based at 2 universities, we also do scholarly analysis, so scholarly production, academic works that reflects in the way that you want academics to do, to understand what's going on and the meaning of what's going on in a way that can be consumed analytically in other parts of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I mean, thanks for that elaborate explanation. Maybe just very quickly, just so that we're also clear, I think you emphasized that you're autonomous and you are funded by government, right? Of course, working together with these institutions. Just for clarity's sake, are you a private company? Are you non-profit? How are you? What's your legal status?
I'm smiling because this is the subject that lawyers like to debate about the kind of legal animal that we are. Advocate lots, because we have 4 sets of lawyers, one from province, one from Selga, one from UJ, and one from Wits, and they often differ on that. But we essentially an association that are constituted by the members, and I think that so there are all sorts of esoteric legal debates about whether we something called a universitas and so on and so on. But at a sort of real politic level, if you like, I mean, the model works and works actually very well. We're not subject to the PFMA. Because we are based at WITS, and WITS is the host institution in terms of our constitution, we basically get subject to an audit by WITS auditors. And we also do a kind of a secondary audit called agreed upon procedure, as the auditors call it. But I think I should say this, that we've taken this model to UN Habitat, who are the originators of the idea of urban observatories. They love our model internationally. There are many such urban observatories in different parts of the world, but they like the synergies that are created between government and the academy. But the academy gives us protection in terms of ensuring that we have this, what I call a relative autonomy. So we, as Graham was saying, we don't just do research work. We also do some policy work. So one foot is in the academy, and one foot is trying to assist government. So I think that's the kind of the unique model. Just to also, the final point is that the originators of this idea had decided that the chair of the board must be a deputy vice chancellor of either WITS or UJ, and they alternate every year. So I think so it kind of gives us, it ensures protection. But I mean, I've worked for 2 premiers, in my time, and they've always taken a very mature view. The presentation about the devastating news about how bad provincial government has performed, I think was put out in the public domain, and they said, well, we are learning from it. So I think that the maturity of the politicians are also very important, and so we've never been challenged about the data, because I think the legitimacy has been in place.
No, thank you very much for that. I think it's much clearer. And then perhaps maybe just going straight into some of the themes that I highlighted earlier. What is your, I think in terms of the work that you're doing, I did note that you also have a theme on spatial transformation as part of your research and the like. What is sort of your broad overview? And I think without being too elaborate, your broad overview on the spatial layouts of Gauteng, and of course with reference to apartheid spatial planning, and we know the challenges, etc. What do you make of that in the work that you're doing, and perhaps maybe the you know, what is the perhaps not necessarily just maybe looking at specific work that you're doing. I'm just asking broadly. You've got this quality of life survey. You've got the index. You've got certain outcomes that are coming out of that from the respondents as you painted the picture for us. But with all of that, you've got this apartheid spatial planning issues. What is your comment on, or your view or perspective on that in your line of work?
Thanks. Well, let me start off, but of course my colleagues are just as equipped to answer this question. So I think it's fair to say that this is a city region that has been left with very, very serious challenges that result from the spatial layout and what we sometimes call the political economy effects of that layout of apartheid. Basically, apartheid, in a nutshell, was designed in order to spatially and institutionally reserve the benefits of development for a very small population and externalize the costs of that development, the social reproduction costs of that development, to other parts of the city region where poor African people were stuck into dormitory townships, into ghettos, and then externalize the costs of that development to other parts of the country, into Bantustans. Okay? And even though we've ended apartheid in formal terms, the effects of that strategy, of that policy, remain with us today. Okay? And it's fair to say that we can point at particular examples in different parts of the province where there's been significant desegregation. Whites and blacks now live together. But it's a class-based desegregation. Okay? We still see a situation where the large majority of the poorest population is stuck into those pockets of the city region that were historically the townships. Okay? And we see in that situation a concentration of poverty, of disadvantage, of frustrated expectations of a very large percentage of the population. And added into that mix, it has to be understood that the population of the city region has dramatically increased over the last 20 years. As the walls of apartheid came down and people were allowed to live wherever they wanted to, of course we saw massive in-migration into the province. Now, I'm not one of those who says that that's a big problem, that somehow we need to reverse that to stop migration. Migration into urban centers is a core ingredient of a developing society. It brings together developmental energies. It makes sure that there's a concentration of economy that has its own engine, it has its own energy. But it's fair to say that a large proportion of poor people looking for opportunities have ended up in parts of the city region that are far from economic opportunities, where there's no innate economic opportunities or energy in and of themselves. And I just want to emphasize the point, there's a lot of frustrated expectations, a lot of a sense of opportunities denied. Rich and poor live side by side, but getting over that wall, getting into the spaces where the opportunities seem to be accumulating is very hard for a very large number of people. And then just to bring it home, if I can, Advocate Lotz, the last 2 years have really accentuated the problem. We did see poverty beginning to decline. Development is happening, there's no question about it. Government is bringing services to many poor communities previously disadvantaged. But what's happened with COVID over the last 2 years is that it's destroyed many, many opportunities. Many lives and livelihoods have been shattered as a consequence of both COVID as a pandemic and the associated lockdowns. And what you've seen is a concentration of that sense of frustration in the province, in these spaces that I'm talking about.
Just to add on to what Graham was saying, and I think I'm coming into this with my reflections on the work that I do on township economies, is the fact that despite, so government has been trying and pushing to address the spatial issues or the spatial legacy of apartheid in Gauteng, but in addressing the spatial legacy of apartheid, I think one of the issues has been that the trends, the spatial trends are being continued in a sense that, for instance, when government is building RDP houses, these settlements are usually at the peripheries with limited access to transportation. So for a person to leave the peripheries and come to the inner city where there are job opportunities and socioeconomic amenities, they find it difficult to access the inner city. So those are some of the trends that we are seeing continuing even in the post-apartheid era. And I think we see how in townships, particularly the heritage townships, so the ones that have been developed during apartheid that my colleague Graham was referring to, we see there's a concentration of unemployment, a concentration of poverty, a concentration of black people, for instance. And I think it is worth noting that there is a number of interventions in the recent years that the provincial government is trying to put in place to ensure that they develop these townships as places of economic activity, not as dormitories that only house labor, that service the inner cities, but revitalizing the economies of townships so that people in townships can contribute to the economy. So for instance, recent interventions such as the Township Economic Development Bill, which is really geared towards creating a conducive environment for businesses to thrive and economic activity to thrive in those spaces.
No, thank you. You want to add something? Okay, briefly, please. Thanks.
Sorry about, yeah. I mean, I think just to sort of complete the picture from both my colleagues, I think the one point that Mamokete was making is that in relation to the historic townships, what we've seen is a substantial increase in the number of backyard shacks. So there's a sort of identification, an informal identification that has happened. We have a brilliant aerial photograph of a new development, government development in Diepsloot, and then a couple of years later, on exactly the same portion of land, you just see it's like the plots are all filled out with backyard shacks. It's actually quite a dramatic picture, but it sort of illustrates the point. Well, in fact, both in historic townships, but also some of the new developments that we've seen. We've also seen some limited deracialization, particularly in historically white areas, and not necessarily at the middle and upper level, but also in the sort of maybe the lower middle class levels and so on. The creation of inner city slums, I think, is an important thing to remember. Not only in the Joburg CBD or Hillbrow, but in many of the CBDs that exist in Gauteng. So, but I think the point that Mamokete was making is that there are a number of initiatives out there which are trying to sort of stitch the urban fabric, but we're nowhere near achieving that.
And of course, having said all that, in your perspective, given that you do research in this area as well, are you finding that the spatial development framework, is that really working, particularly for Gauteng, with all the complexities that you've outlined? Is it working?
Maybe have a conflict of interest because I was responsible for the formulation of the special development framework. Maybe I'll ask one of my other colleagues to answer because I did do this in my past life. Thank you.
Let me put it this way. I think that the intention embedded in the spatial development framework of both the provincial government and in terms of the individual municipalities that all do their own spatial planning. The intention of those embedded in those spatial development frameworks is exactly in the right direction. So, you know, I mean, I can't obviously go into all sorts of details here, but identifying zones of opportunity, saying that we need mixed income, mixed use development along transport corridors so that people don't have to travel so far to work, have transport opportunities on their doorstep, saying that we need to stop the endless sprawl of the city region with shacks over the horizon and rather concentrate development in core areas that can hold development, making sure that, or saying that the infrastructure needs to be in place in order to hold more denser forms of development. All of those policy intentions are there in the frameworks. But it's also has to be said that it's a bit like turning around the Titanic. And of course, many players. So those intentions, although they are there in the frameworks, in that area. And the logic there is to just get the houses in place as possible. And similarly, you've got many private sector developers who have their own ideas about what's good spatial development in the city region. And so it's, you know, it needs to be understood that the script that's set out, the logic that's there, the good intentions that's there in frameworks don't always get translated into reality, and it's taking a long time.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Perhaps let's just move straight into the survey itself, the quality of life survey. You did say that you've been conducting this since 2013, is that correct? Sorry?
So the first survey was conducted in 2009, but it was quite a small version, and then it's grown since then.
All right. And of course, you gave us quite quite a number of conclusions that you draw from that. And of course, you highlighted the 2020 and 2021 survey, which is the sixth one, correct? Now, what is, I know that you did say, if I heard you correctly, that there were some limitations, for lack of a better term, of the survey in as far as the unrest is concerned. Because the period that you looked at was prior to the unrest. But it focused on COVID, correct? On the COVID period and the lockdown. Now, I'm just trying to understand, and perhaps you can help us, if, because I mean, we need to take this information that you've given to us, we need to consider it in line with our terms of reference as you've responded to that. What is your, how do we link this to that period of the July unrest and the so-called, because it's sort of correlated with the COVID period as well. I'm just interested in that perspective. Thanks.
Yeah, I think, I mean, that is the difficult thing, okay? I mean, on an overall basis, without going into the detail, I think we I mean, the overall point is that the levels of dissatisfaction, of socioeconomic concerns, of increasing unemployment, social distress, even psychosocial distress, etc., very much evident in that period. And as we said, even the last sort of field work was done around April, May. So that's pretty close to the July unrest. And I think that there is no doubt that there was a growing sense of discontent. But I mean, we're not going to say that there's a direct causality. I mean, that's not for us to say. There may have been other extraneous factors, political perhaps. I mean, there have been many narratives out there which we don't want to either affirm or not, because you know that the data doesn't. I mean, goes up to a point and say. But I mean, the point that we can make with certainty, and we have said so, is that when the survey was done, and you can see it was done in this sort of very difficult COVID period, okay, and when people were experiencing all of the sort of deprivations that had emerged during the COVID period, during the hard lockdown, and losing jobs and livelihoods, social contact, and so on, I think that it certainly created, I think, a very distressed overall general population. But I don't think, from my point of view, and I think I'm sure my colleagues will concur, that we can basically show direct causality.
Okay. No, thanks for that. I'm also sort of further to what you just said now, interested in, or put differently, I think what your survey was also showing is that there's actually shocking levels of inequality within the Gauteng jurisdiction, because that's where you conducted the survey itself. But is there any perspective, I mean, obviously briefly, as I request, is there any determinants or outcomes that you relate perhaps to the national sort of picture of South Africa? Because I mean, we are also covering KZN in this particular hearing. I mean, if there is any view on that, could you share that, please?
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that the survey does really clearly show in various ways the different kinds of inequality that we still struggle with as a society. So both racially based inequality, gender-based inequality, and then income-based inequality. So you can mine the survey for data on a whole range of different questions here. If you look at just a simple thing, in a COVID context, you want to know that you can access the healthcare if you need it. You have a situation where about 3/4 of white respondents, I forget the exact percentages, but it doesn't matter, 3/4 of white respondents have access to some kind of medical aid. If you look at African respondents, only 25% of African respondents have access to a medical aid. That huge disparity, which structures our society along racial lines, is felt as a real experience in a COVID context. So I just want to say that, in answer to your question, Advocate Lotz, that the survey really clearly illustrates the ongoing levels of inequality. We can say that COVID concentrated some of that inequality. It interrupted pathways of social mobility. It deepened poverty. And we can also say that because of that inequality, people experienced that COVID period in more concentrated ways, in various different dimensions.
You also said that, I found it quite interesting that I think in the conclusions or in summation, you were saying that some of the levels of, I can't remember whether you said inequality itself or there was a specific focus, but you said that we are seeing levels of 2013 in as far as, sorry, you'll remind me, I'm just trying to get to my notes here. I found it quite interesting that there was actually an erosion over the past number of years, and we're seeing levels of 2013. And this appears to be sort of consistent and continued against the quality of life of black Africans. What do we make of that? I mean, I find that to be sort of quite stark. Yes, there's perhaps remnants of the past and other issues, but what are we to make of that data? The consistent, continued decrease or increase in inequalities, but also the decrease in the quality of life for black Africans in particular.
Well, let me give a bash at it. I mean, I think that if you look at the post-apartheid period, I think that we, sort of after around 1996 or thereabouts, the economy grew fairly robustly. And I know everyone talks about jobless growth, but it actually wasn't from 96 or thereabouts until the global economic downturn in 2008. I mean, there was a growth in jobs, and the economy also grew relatively well and so on. And I think that the issues around income inequality in particular were basically being, had actually improved. And so, I mean, that's the one sort of factor. The other is that, I mean, we have to recognize that the access to social security grants have increased over this time. I mean, even if you strip out the 350 Rand social distress grant, I mean, your normal sort of, your other like child support and old age and so on, pensions, etc., I think have increased to, I think, something like 40, well, I think it's 18 million at the moment. So I think that certainly the period after 2008 and the downturn in the economy, I think that we saw a regression, and I think that the regression, no doubt, has affected or disproportionately affected black Africans, and I should also say the colored community as well. I think it's a really important point to make, because I think sometimes we don't notice that. I think amongst whites and Indians, it's been relatively okay, or pretty okay actually. Indians have done well. Whites have historically been in a good position, but I think that Africans and coloreds have been left behind, or their position has regressed. So I think that is the big, that's the big issue that that's the elephant in the room in relation to how do we fix the fundamental challenges that face South Africa. I mean, I'm not sure if I quite answered your question, but that's my take.
No, thank you very much. That was actually quite on point, because I think there's the follow-up to that, because I think you qualified it also to say that black African and colored communities in particular, as you were highlighting at the end. Now, did you or do you also disaggregate the gender aspects of that? Because I think there perhaps will be a concern if black African and colored populations in particular are regressing. How then are what is the gender aspect of that in as far as that regression? If there's any comment on that, please.
I think that with regard to gender, we're also seeing levels of inequality in terms of gender. And I think with just showing some of the impacts of COVID, we've seen that women are disproportionately affected by some of these socioeconomic shocks than males are. But I think the point that I want to make is with regard to this increase in informalization of work, which has actually seen more unskilled people, which are generally females and Black Africans who are entering into the informal sector or the informal economy. And we all know that with regards to the informal economy and looking at other studies that have been done in the COVID period and how the informal economy has been also disproportionately affected relative to the formal sector. Because in the formal sector, you've got some sort of insurance, like when people lose their jobs, they can apply for UIF. But in the informal economy, you don't have such such a thing that you can rely on. I think that in that aspect, we see that more and more women who are in the informal sector have also been affected by the fact that now kids are not going to school, and they have to take on that extra burden of taking care of children and other family members. That also affects their ability to do their job. It also affects their ability to go out and look for work.
Thank you very much for that. I will stop there, Chair, and hand over to my colleague to pick up and continue with some more questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Mamukiti, I'm going to carry on with you, in fact, because the Commission is particularly interested in drawing deductions from the work that you do and seeing what it tells us about Black people and what your data tells us, particularly about Black women. So I have two questions that I would like you to just, in a similar vein, to continue. We've discussed at length the general impact of COVID and perhaps even the July unrest on Black people. But your study says two things about the quality of life of Black women. One of the deductions that are drawn is that, yes, there's been 9 years of regression in respect of African people's quality of life, but that the case of the African woman is even worse affected. So it's almost as if a Black female has been pushed into a worse place of precariousness, and she's basically the lowest earner of an income. I think that's a particularly interesting deduction after a July unrest, and I'd really like you to talk to the Commission about what are the factors that push women into places of financial precariousness. My second question is, once we've accepted that there are factors that push women into places of lower income and financial instability, I want us to talk about what are the causes of the barriers that prevent women from recovery and re-entering the market. And I'd really appreciate you to speak to the Commission around any thoughts or proposals you may have around making life easier for Black women, colored women to get back into the workplace, into the business sector, formal or informal.
Thanks. I think with regard to women being pushed into precarious work, I think it has to do with the fact, the history of women's labor participation in the labor market. I think from apartheid, we've seen that there were various legislations that have actually prevented women from entering the job market. And then when those legislations were removed, we've seen a rise in women participating in the labor market. But the ways in which they participate in the labor market, as I've said, they mainly go into the informal sector because they don't have the necessary skills to find jobs in the formal market. They also, in most cases, they have to work with what I can call the extra burden, which is of looking after children. If I've got a small child at home and I cannot afford to take them to crash, or I cannot afford to take them to school, obviously I'll have to take care of those children during working hours. So the sector that accommodates those factors that I have to deal with is the informal sector, because I can take the child to work as I'm selling my stuff. And I think also the fact that so the rise in women participating in the labor force in South Africa has actually meant that more and more women face unemployment, because you've got this huge number of new people that are coming into the market, and the economy is not creating enough jobs to absorb the women into the labor market. So those are some of the issues. And I think with regard to some of the thoughts that I have in terms of what can be done in order to help women recover and bounce back, I think one of the main issues is the fact that women that participate in the labor market, especially in the informal sector, because that's where I do a lot of my research. I cannot say much about the formal sector. I think the fact that women do not have these care facilities, as I said, for their small children. And I think this has been a debate in recent years about whether there can be ways for government to link, what you call them, daycare centers to places where women work. For instance, if I'm selling in the inner city of Joburg, could there be a center, a care center for my child that I can take to in the morning, and then later on when I return, I take them from there? And they are affordable, because we know that the earnings in the informal economy are not really high. So with the meager income that the informal traders or the informal workers make, can there be daycare centers that accommodate for such low incomes in the informal sector of women?
Thank you. I'm mindful of time, so I'd like to pivot to the issue of grants generally, and particularly the social relief distress grant. A particularly interesting aspect of the work that you've done has been showing us on racial lines who applied for and received the grant, and it's a clear deduction that black people and members of the colored community were the largest recipients of that. So this question is directed at Mr. Gotts. Please speak to the panel around what you think would be an impact in the discontinuation of the grant, which is something that did actually occur, and what that impact meant or might mean for black and colored communities.
Thanks, Advocate. Let me start by saying that, look, there's lots of debates that have intensified recently because of the fiscal challenges that South Africa is facing at the moment, about whether we can afford to continue the kind of grants that we've got, to expand the grant program into emergency relief measures like the SRD grant, and to keep that going, or whether we should rather be taking back that money from poor people and putting it into economic development, shoring up the fiscus. And in an overall sense, I think one can make an argument that it's not an either-or, that having a grant is actually a form of economic development in its own right, because what it does is it provides very poor people with some kind of safety net, a position of some kind of security that they know they can get some kind of food at the end of the day in order to take a few more risks in finding employment, going to town to look for work, taking a gambit on making a connection with a potential entrepreneurial partner, even if it's in the informal sector, and so on and so forth. So I don't think it's an either-or, that grants take away from work, that people are in some way excuse the responsibility to go out and find work. On the converse, I think that grants are about trying to create the opportunities for more economic opportunities, energies, activities to bubble up from below. Now, I just wanted to turn more specifically to your question and say one of the things that we saw in the course of last year was the SRD grant that had been introduced as an emergency measure under COVID being withdrawn in April of last year. And I think there's no question in our minds that was a very, very serious contribution to the state of affairs that we saw unfolding as our own survey concluded in May of 2021, going into the Delta wave of the COVID pandemic that once again crunched economic activity, and then in turn the July unrest. I mean, I think it's for desperately poor people, having that safety net, that last resort of a safety net. And I'm not going to talk about the dynamics of grants, who gets the SOD, who doesn't, and so on. But for many poor people who were reliant on that, to have that one safety net, that one support taken away, must have been really, really challenging. And of course, it's a very positive thing that for at least the next little period, in this desperate economic climate that we had, 44% unemployment in Gauteng at the moment, we're going to see that safety net continued for some time.
Can I make a brief addition? I mean, I think that, so the other issue is about the broader social wage, right? And the issues around, I mean, because we understand poverty to be a multidimensional thing. So the performance of the state in relation to education, housing, health, welfare, and so on is really critical. And I think that to basically address, I mean, because of the multidimensional nature, I think it's really important that the performance of the state to actually deliver on some of these things and improve service delivery, I think will certainly help address poverty as well.
Thank you both for those responses. There was some interaction earlier on, broadly around the issue of mental health and how it's impacted by the socio-economic impacts of periods of unrest or social disorder. A fascinating aspect of the data you've provided to us says that not only has depression increased across the board, but even amongst people who are high income earners, people who make more than 50,000 Rand a month are also experiencing, an increase in mental health issues. To anyone who's capable of speaking to this topic, please speak to the Commission, particularly around the impact of, socioeconomic realities on driving this increase in depression. And my second question would also be, speak to the Commission around the availability of psychosocial support as provided by the state.
Yeah, let me take a first stab, and then at least at the first part of your question, Advocate, and then I can ask my colleagues to come in. So, just to reiterate the points that you've made, as per our survey, we can see that depression, as measured through this diagnostic instrument that has those two questions, has increased across society, and it's increased most markedly for those people who are suffering the worst of the economic impacts. So that's the first point. The second point is that depression, if you break down that depression indicator by various factors that tell us about the socioeconomic status of our respondents, it's very clear that poorer people have higher levels of depression. There's no question about that. But then there's something very funny that happens right at the top of the income spectrum. That this time around we've seen even those at the very top of the income spectrum, those people earning 51,000 Rand per household per month, that those people this time around have also seen a big increase in depression, as well as the increase that we've seen in the lower income groups. And we've done a little bit of thinking around this. One of my colleagues looked closely at the literature to try to understand what was going on there. And there is a literature that talks about how people, even at the top end of the economic spectrum, when they're faced with an economic crisis and suddenly feel their levels of security, their levels of certainty being pulled away from under their feet, that levels of depression can increase very rapidly in those people who were previously sitting quite cozy, quite comfortably in their position. So there's a whole academic literature that explains that particular phenomenon. I mean, I should just emphasize, I know this isn't specific to your question, but the survey also talks a lot about extreme levels of violence in our society. And those people who've been recent victims of crime, of intimate partner violence, especially women, that those people who have experienced trauma in some way or another also have very high levels of depression. They're the grouping with the highest levels of measured depression in terms of that index. And this brings me, and although we don't have comparative data that allows us to see whether violence, intimate partner violence, trauma, etc., is worse this time around, we haven't asked that bank of questions before. It is very clear that this is a very violent context that we live in. And that brings us to the question of whether there's adequate support, psychosocial support for people. And I think the flat answer is no. I think that maybe this is beyond the bounds of what I can comfortably talk about, but it's very clear that mental health services of various sorts, social workers who are geared to supporting communities and households and people struggling with various issues in our society, that what we call statutory social work services over the last 20 years have declined considerably as a focus of government, as attention has been put onto other things like basic service delivery. So there isn't the psychosocial support that we would want to see in our communities.
Just before I hand over to the panel for any further questions they may have, I have one final question, and I'd really encourage, as much consideration and response as possible from the three of you. In light of the fact that you've provided us with all this information and you've addressed us this morning, one key feature that cuts across everything we've heard is that the performance of the state on all these levels contributes to some of the distressing conclusions you guys have addressed us here about today. I'm very interested in knowing, in your engagement with the state, what are the kind of remedies you are, proposing to them? Because truly speaking, some of your findings are in a word, distressing. And I'd encourage you to speak to the Commission quite frankly about what you would like to see happen, so we can begin to turn around this Titanic of poverty as you've spoken to it. And is there room for more radical interventions? I think we're particularly interested in interventions that can alleviate the kind of consequences of the July unrest.
So I think that absolutely, I mean, we are not only sort of focused on issues of data and creating this knowledge base. The whole sort of policy dimension is very close to us, because obviously I think if we can see the disease, I mean, we need to find what is the cure. I mean, it's one of those big vexed issues, and I mean, we can go on and on about analyzing the sort of the capacity of the state, or what's been called the capable developmental state, and our ability to actually achieve that. And in a way, I think I don't think it's been an upward kind of trajectory or downward trajectory. I think it's sort of gone it's waxing and waning. And at the moment, it's waning, particularly at probably its lowest ebb than we've seen it in a long time. Some may argue, and I think there's definitely a case for that the state as a whole has been very disproportionately impacted upon by state capture, but also other forms of fraud and corruption and so on. And I think that, and as we can see in the Zondo Commission reports, I think it makes for really hair-raising reading. Having said that, from the point of the GCRO, I think the one thing is that we have presented all of the stuff to premiers, to mayors, to MECs, and so on, to heads of department in provincial government, to the DG in the province, and so on, right? And I think that to alert them to the seriousness of not that they're unaware, I mean, because they have multiple ways they have BZOs, they do campaigning, they do various things, and on the ground, they have a sense of these issues. Now, the one thing that we have been doing more recently in the GCRO, we entered into a partnership with MISTRA, the well-known sort of research NGO headed by Joel Neshitenje, and we've embarked on a process of saying, how do we begin to think about rebuilding the capacity of the state? And it's not, I don't believe in silver bullets. I don't think there's one thing that's going to solve the problem. I think you have to attack this at a whole number of different levels. If there's corruption, how do you ensure that the controls are in place, but how do you also build an ethical public service? It's not only about politicians, it's also about public servants. How do you think about improving the operational side? How do you ensure effective value for money? I mean, so the whole range of things that you need to do. I'm not saying we should do a shopping list either, but I think so the work that we're doing with MISTRA at the moment is to try and target what are those sort of half a dozen interventions that we think will help us sort of move towards that direction. So that's an unfinished business on our part. We know there's a lot of discourse around it, but what is our particular contribution, I think, is something that we are currently working on, very intensively at the moment.
Yeah, so I just also want to agree with my ED here that there are no silver bullets to some of these issues that we are seeing. And I think it would depend on what issue are you trying to solve, so that you can get into the dynamics and really get into it to understand what are some of the ways in which the issues can be resolved. But I think one of the things that I would like to speak to is the issue of public participation. I think in a lot of the time, of interventions and a lot of policies develops, but there isn't deep
few last points, and I'm going to start off with something that like politics 101, but I think it's fair to say that and ordinary residents rights limit in exchange to take care of you in various ways. And I'm not going to talk about all the various ways. The state doesn't look like it's stable enough or strong enough or coherent enough or agile enough or capable enough to take care of us in this context. And that can often lead to an unraveling of that social contract in that moment. We actually saw some of this in the 2008 xenophobic violence, a complex of factors there. So you ask, what can government do? Certainly address corruption. Restore the public trust is an absolutely critical thing that needs to be focused on.
Thank you, all three of you. Thank you very much. Chairperson, that's the conclusion of our questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Nissen, you have the first opportunity.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've only got three areas, but let me start by saying that, really to open the fault lines within our South African society, to submit quite the two worlds: inequality, poverty, unemployment versus the other world of class and wealth and so on. And so it's really, whilst it's not welcome, but I think it really woke the South African society up to say, this is who we really are. And so in welcoming your report, and really the stats that you've given us, it's really alarming. And so my first question is, because government has invested in your organization, government's investment is in your organization as a platform of knowledge production and through research and surveying. And the question is, does government really take that data that you produce, or let me say the red flags that you're putting up at every stop, do they take it really serious, and do they prioritize that? And can you go back and say, in terms of our last report, our last survey, this is what happened, we told government this, they have taken this serious in the order of a priority. And you've answered some of it, but not in terms of government now saying we've got a silver bullet, but here are the red flags, because you are the intelligence. You are telling them this is what is happening and this what is can go wrong. And please come back to us as to how do you really reap the dividends of your investment. Otherwise, it's just report after report. Yes, they do. Yes, they work very hard, and we welcome them, that and so on. But that slide that shows in 6 years you have reversed, and 6 years covers only 2.5 years of COVID. So 6 years you've reversed the gains that you've made over a period of time. The second question I would like to ask, and it's a pity, you know, it would have been nice if you maybe look at alert level 5 and alert level 4, because both those two periods were the harshest. Alert level 3 opened up a few doors and with the basic income grant and so on. But those two alert levels were really the harshest on our people, where I think we can only be grateful that nothing happened in terms of people's response. But one of those things were particularly women, you know, domestic workers, especially those who did not live in, who live outside. They were told not to come to work because you will be bringing the COVID into our house. And so the sad part of it, and domestic workers, obviously the lowest end, but hard, very hard hit. And also the issue about, you know, a number of women on the vendors, for example, the chisanyamas, they were closed in alert level 5, alert level 4, and our interaction with the command council was saying no, you know, they gave reasons why not. But even women that went to fetch wood as fire because there's no electricity, wood was also stopped. People were fined also for chopping wood and distributing wood. So that's the second one. You know, one would have loved to see what happened, and if you have data on it, and how the data translated into some action forward. The last one for me is the issue about, I think the Department of Basic Education has said that during the COVID period, because in the first alert level 5 and 4, children didn't go to school. So a percentage, I may be wrong with my percentage, but I think they said about either 10 or 15% of children during that time has never come back to school, even till today. So you've got, say, 15% of learners not going back to school. Where are they? What are the safety nets? And we've seen during the July unrest, children, small children, learners and teenagers participating in what happened there. And then the second part, too, coupled with that, is that, you know, again, class issues. I mean, poor learners were in the streets because there's no place in the house. They do not have access to technology. They do not have the kind of stuff that whilst all those in middle class or the private and the former sales, the Model C schools were happening, and it will happen. So what's the impact in terms of where people had a consistent education and others not, and the production in the end of what is the quality of that knowledge that will come out. So perhaps one should also look at that and say, I don't know whether you've done something around it, but those are the kind of issues that really, COVID affected us and so on, and the impact of it. And obviously, you know, we've been dealing with this for the last, 4 weeks now that we've been 2 in case, then 2 a year, listening to people. And one of the things, although there are a lot of theories about who's behind it, who's not behind it, what triggered it and what didn't trigger it, but the basic thing is that the conditions of our people is fertile ground for anybody coming and say you have to, and therefore your work that you're doing should be really not in even early warning system, but really be there, the red flags that are there, right in the face of those decision makers to say. Yesterday with Alex on the Yexke River and saw what the conditions are of people living in there, and it's really terrible. But thank you. So those are my chairperson, those are my 3 inputs.
Thank you. You can continue and answer it in any order.
So let me start with the first question. Thank you, Commissioner. The question about, does government take the research seriously. I think I did say right at the beginning that all of the quality of life surveys, the first presentation that is done to the Premier of the province, and that's been consistent, including the last one. And this was in the midst of COVID, so we had to find the time and say, Premier, we have to take you through this and so on. Not for censorship or anything like that, absolutely not, but certainly so that he understands and can work out a process of how the information can be dispersed within provincial government and possibly even into local government. Although local government is going through a bit of a transition, as you know, in the run-up to the elections, etc., etc. And I think, and also we also arrange for presentations to all of the departments when they do their strategic planning. So it's one of the first things they do. Is we do a presentation on quality of life, and obviously with emphasis on the work of that particular department. So if it's transport, there'll be more transport thing, if it's social development, and so on and so on. And similarly with municipalities, particularly the metros. We haven't had too many for the local municipalities, although we want to move in that direction. But anyway, look, the metros in Gauteng are 80% of the population in the story, so the weighting is clearly there. And of course, as I said, I've worn both hats at different times. And in fact, the work that I've done in planning is in Gauteng. We've always used this as the basis to actually plan and so on. So I think that, it's not everything that gets emphasized and so on. It's a kind of a process of diffusion, if you like. It's not a sort of automatic mechanical process, And so I think the concerns that we express puts it in very stark number terms, but it's not like politicians don't know it. They absolutely know it. They're out there in communities much more than any of us are on a day-to-day basis. The issue is, I think, certainly on paper, the plans are there, but the question is it being effectively implemented, overseen, evaluated? And those are the kinds of processes that we need to do. So, this whole thing about what's evaluation? Evaluation is just check if you're running a school nutrition program. Is it reaching out to the right people? Is the quality of the food good? And so on and so on, right? So that kind of work, we're not really doing it, but every I know in Gauteng, every provincial government department does that sort of stuff. But I think they do take it seriously, but I think that there will be a lack in terms of or inconsistent implementation. That's how I would respond to that. Go to the next one.
Yeah. So I'm going to take the second question. And I think what we've seen with the data that we've collected over the period of the COVID outbreak that we've collected it in, we've seen that there's been really impacts on people that are working in the informal economy. And I think for me what was very interesting was that in that hard lockdown in March 2020, when food traders were not considered as essential service workers, and we know that the informal food market is a great market where a lot of people, the poor for instance, access food from the informal traders because they sell it at lower cost. They are able to provide credit, so if you don't have money and you want to buy food, you can take the stuff via credit, but government didn't see them as essential service providers. And I think it just showed, for me, it really showed the way in which government thinks about the informal economy. In as much as there's so much research that has been done about the role that the informal sector plays in the overall economy, the way in which government thinks about the informal economy is not in line with what it is contributing to the overall economy. And I think with what you said about domestic workers and also just some of the women traders, the fact that they of course experienced a number of insecurities in terms of income. Their income was affected because they couldn't sell as much as they would normally sell. They couldn't go to work and work the full hours, especially after the hard lockdown was lifted. But they just had all these things that they now had to confront. Like, for instance, with those that closed businesses, you look at the fact that informal traders or informal workers do not necessarily have savings because they don't earn that much money. So they can't tap into their savings to try and resuscitate their business. They are stuck in that situation. They also are not able to access credit because they are not seen by financial service providers as people that can be able to pay back the loans. So it's really like the informal sector has really suffered in terms of what has happened during the COVID. And I think the effects are going to be felt even in a long time to come. It's not something that they'll just recover from, but it's going to require a lot of concerted efforts to try and bring them back so that they bounce back.
Thanks, Commissioner. I need to be careful that I don't walk out of here with a reputation for extra long answers, so I'll try and be brief. But just to try and answer the third question and then just go back to the first question a bit. I think this is the issue of children not being in school is a particular concern to us looking at the data. 39% of respondents who had children said that they'd kept children back from school even when they were allowed to go back after the lockdown levels were lifted. And that's obviously, that percentage is different across race groups and different income groups. So much higher for Africans, for the lower income groups, much higher than for the higher income groups. And really there's a very, very, very concerning story that begins to emerge there, that this COVID period with all of its economic disruptions may not only be a moment in time, but there may be a lasting tail with generational effects that may result. Children not going back to school when they should be is one of them, but it's not the only one. I mean, we see a situation, as Mama Katie has spoken about, where people lost jobs, but then they got jobs again. White people were more able to get jobs than African people. But even where people were able to get jobs, those new jobs are more in the informal sector, are more part-time, they're much more precarious and much more vulnerable. So even though employment is restored in some respects, there's a lasting effect in terms of the informalization of our economy and greater precarity in our economy. So there's a real concern about lasting effects. To bring you back to the first question, I think there's a real sense, talking to government officials, both in the COVID period and now, that they are really exercised by this crisis. There's a real sense of energy around doing things differently. We were speaking to government officials yesterday where government is saying it needs to be business unusual. Okay, now that's a phrase, right? But it really does signal an enormous amount of energy about doing things differently in more agile ways, in more adaptable ways, working more closely with civil society and the private sector, and trying to reverse the losses that have been made in the first period of this term of office. It's going to be a mountain to climb. There's no question about it. But I think, our survey, I think, is part of this story, that government officials are aware of the losses that society has been seeing, and the need to reverse that over the next period with much more energetic responses across the economic domain, the social domain, and lastly, in terms of that thing I was talking about, looking internally and bringing about a more ethical form of government.
Thank you, Chair. I'm finished. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Good morning and thank you. My first question has been asked by Commissioner Nissen, but there is certainly a follow-up worth asking, and it relates to the impact of your work. And you've answered that quite well, Mr. Sadat. I see that you began this work in 2009, and the question I was interested in is the manner in which it has been taken up by government. And you spoke to it also earlier, I think asked by Advocate Lotz, on your independence and impartiality.
Sorry, Commissioner, I can't hear too well.
Are you unable to hear well?
Can you speak up slightly, please?
Can you hear me better now? Good, good. You spoke to the notion of impartiality when asked a question by Advocate Lotz as well. And I was interested in this notion of impartiality and as it relates to your impact, particularly because I was wondering what is the interest for the Premier's office to sponsor you over and over again since 2009. Now hearing that, well, the results of your work are incorporated into their planning, but there is a serious and real divide between the planning phase and the implementation phase. Then the most logic follow-up to that is what then needs to be done about that. And I would be interested in your own views. If since 2009 up until now, you've been reproducing work that has the potential to assist the ways in which the provincial government delivers services, but it is unable to do that for a myriad of reasons. What, in your views, needs to be done? Is it a matter of then maybe strengthening consequence management and the administration capacity within the public service? Or is it a matter of expanding your own scope as an organization to say then that beyond just doing the research and participating in the policy deliberation and policy development processes of government, perhaps you might want to also think about then moving further to exploring the implications of this question of implementation. Was that clear, Mr. Sadat? Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think the first part of what you were saying about the question of impartiality is that I think that the GCRO, as I said at the beginning, is very much in a protected space in a way, being in an academic environment, based at Wits University, a board that is balanced, and I think importantly to say that very independent-minded researchers who basically are investigating all sorts of issues in the city region and sharpening their critical pencils, as it were, when looking at all of these matters. So I think that, and because we're in this protected space, I think the ability to do so is very much there. But I mean, the one thing, and I want to just digress for a moment, there isn't this sort of knee-jerk academic sort of thing which says, this is a neoliberal state, you're a bunch of useless characters, which a lot of academics do. That's not what we're about. Okay, I mean, a lot of left academics would say, well, I shouldn't say this too loudly, but I mean, it's almost a knee-jerk thing. The first paragraph will say, this is a useless neoliberal state and they can't achieve anything, and, after the 1996 sellout in gear, forget about everything. I think we take a much more sort of strategic, nuanced approach about how we deal with the matters, but remaining critical, constructively critical. And the interesting thing is that the politicians in the first instance have been really mature about it. And that includes the former Premier, the current Premier, the former MECs, and the current MECs, as well as mayors and mayoral committees in the metros. And it's you putting up a picture of the naked emperor, and you're saying this is it, and they're accepting that picture. And I think, and that's why I got motivated to work in the GCRO, because, you know, I think that sort of approach has been really good. So that is, but at the same time, they understand where we are coming from. We're not just sort of knee-jerk anti-government or anything like that. That our sort of approach to saying, how do we be constructive about it, and the work that we're doing on policy development, which has always been there, as Graham indicated earlier on. I think we're certainly going to be stepping that up a lot more. I think the climate and the environment to do that is certainly there. What Graham was also saying about our engagement with, for example, in provincial government, they've set up 6 what they call war rooms to accelerate delivery on poverty. Poverty and hunger is the one, on economic development is another, on not just a capable state, but actually looking at issues of corruption and so on. So we're not involved in all of them, but we involve in some of them. So to provide data and also to see how we can assist on the policy side, etc., etc. Look. But there's always a caveat, and the caveat is that the state is a big, really big institution. It's not just the premier or MECs or HODs. I mean, there are tens of thousands of people who have to execute, and they don't always execute in the way that they ought to. And I think that is the work that needs to be attended to. How do you fix the state? You see, I mean, for me, you know, corruption has been a big problem, state capture has been a big problem, but it's not the only problem. It preceded state capture, okay, and the, you know, denuding the state of its of capacity and so on. So I think that it's that rebuilding, restitching that needs to happen over time, so that we're able to achieve, to pick up your point, Commissioner, is how do we ensure effective implementation? I think that's what I would like to say.
Then, following up on that, to what extent do you collaborate with similarly constituted organizations and research centers, not just within WITS? I think you are located at WITS, but around Gauteng and in other academic institutions. There are quite a number of research centers that look into similar issues that you look into. To what extent do you collaborate with them, not just in embarking on studies, but also in just co-thinking around then the question of so what, which is one of the main questions which interest academics?
Absolutely, and I think we're on a roadshow at the moment, as my colleagues will tell you. So, I mean, the one thing I mentioned earlier on is that we're working with Mistra, Joel Neshitenje's outfit, and so there the focus very much is on the issues around state and state capacity and all of that. So we're very excited by that program, and in fact we in the process of finalizing a multi-year collaboration, so not just a once-off thing, but an ongoing process. We're speaking to the South African Cities Network, and that is the organization that basically deals with large cities. It's a network, it's not a statutory, kind of quasi-statutory body like SALGA, although SALGA is one of our partners, as you know. We are working with, we're talking to PARI, that's Public Affairs Research Institute. They do a lot of work also about the state and procurement processes, and so really interesting work. And they're very keen for us to, to talk about. But also like, private sector foundation, like the Brenthurst Foundation, we've been having some talks with them as well. So absolutely, and I've had to say to my colleagues that I'm getting calls every day and emails every day. We have to make sure that we have strategic partnerships, because otherwise we'll get overwhelmed by the number of partnerships that we could potentially get involved in. Also to say that it's not only within Gauteng, but also looking nationally and internationally, as the case might be. But in the first instance, we're talking very much about Gauteng. So indeed, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Sidat. Now, looking more directly at the findings of your survey, I was interested in a few of the areas that you looked into. The first relates to, and Commissioner Nissen spoke into this, the reduction of income during COVID and those who were most likely to then return to work after COVID. The reduction of income was felt least by white men, and the white men were also the most likely to return to work according to your findings. Now, this is particularly surprising because during the dawn of COVID at least, and the wide talk of essential services, many people were speaking to black women as the main essential workers in the health services, retail, and so forth in particular. So one would have expected that in that era at least, the majority of people whose jobs were more secure would have been black women. To hear that it's white men whose jobs were more secure comes as a surprise. Are you able to tell us what fields or what industries these jobs that were secured by white men were in?
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do a full econometric analysis of the different segments of the economy and how it's impacted. But we do get some indications from the Quality of Life Survey, and it sort of follows the way one would understand it, right? So it's fair to say that those I mean, one has to understand the way in which the economy as a whole has moved out of primary industries, mining and manufacturing, and become a much more tertiary economy over a period of time. And who has benefited from that and who has been left behind. And it's typically people with lower skills, coming from more elderly people who are less able to sort of pick up on tech, et cetera, who've been heavily affected by the relative decline in things like primary industries, manufacturing, agriculture, et cetera. And it's those people who are able to, who've got the skill sets, younger people, people coming out of universities, et cetera, who are able to benefit from the new opportunities that are emerging in the tertiary sector. Now, enter COVID, and you can see how that gets accelerated, right? So it's the people who can basically, like us, like knowledge workers, who can work online, who can snap from being required to go into the office on a day-to-day basis, who can open up a computer and do our business pretty much unencumbered through Zoom calls, who are going to be protected. But those people who basically have to go to work in factories, who get their living from trading on the streets, for those people who basically staff taxi ranks, whatever it might be, those people who are working as domestic workers, security guards, whoever it might be, those are the people whose place of work can't be shifted online, who are going to be suffering the most. So what's happened is COVID has accentuated a change in the economy that we've been seeing over a longer period of time, and it's those people, African people, historically lower skills, and women in that context who've been more heavily crunched as a consequence of the economic shifts.
Thanks, Graham. I must congratulate you also for looking into the psychosocial issues as part of your survey. I think that was a brilliant move. And in relation to that, I do want to ask you, on the question of males who responded to experiencing more childhood abuse, are you able to give us more disaggregated data in terms of race? What are the race classifications of the abuse that was experienced by males or male respondents?
Maybe I should just quickly answer that question by saying I don't have that data in front of me, but it is possible to cut any question in the survey by any other demographic factor. So most certainly we can look at the levels of childhood abuse, adult trauma, or whatever it might be, by any of those kind of factors. So, for example, we're able to say that young men aged between 18 and 31 years of age have borne the brunt of violent trauma over the last period. So we asked the question for the previous year, so over the last year. I think it's, if my memory serves, it's 31% of young men in that age group have experienced some kind of adult trauma, being threatened with a knife or a gun or something like that over the last year. I mean, that gives you some inclination, some inkling of how violent our society is. But yes, we can cut it by race, etc. I just don't have the stats in front of me.
Thanks, Graham. The reason it would have been interesting to do so is then it would have allowed us also to make the links between those childhood experiences and the risk of depression, which the doctor spoke to. You did mention that it was Black African males particularly who were at most risk of depression. So it would have been interesting to make those links between the childhood trauma and then their experiences at adult ages in terms of vulnerability to depression. But also, I recently read that Black men constitute the highest number of demographics that commit suicide, and making those links would be quite interesting, so that we can understand, and then further to that also violence and crime, and making those conclusions therein. So that's not a question, that's just a comment. The next question relates to the subsection on governance. You mentioned that in relation to satisfaction with government and governance, provincial government dropped the most in 2020-2021. And I was interested in the reasons for this, taking into consideration that previously and historically, local government has historically been the one that has experienced the most dissatisfaction. Are you able to inform us why in 2021 provincial government has experienced most dissatisfaction?
I think that we may not have the, and maybe I'm skating on a bit of thin ice here, because we may not have the specific answers, but I think that perhaps, I think it's important to note that I don't think provincial government dropped below local government, it didn't, no. So it was the biggest drop for provincial government only. Local government still remained the lowest. I think it's important to say that. So yeah. And I think if you look at the trajectory, I think when Premier Makura came, I think there was a lot of in previous surveys, it really sort of the levels improved quite a lot. And then I think there were issues. I'm just saying, I don't say that they were the direct cause, but I think there were issues around life esidimeni and things like that, which may have influenced things. There was also, I think a period around corruption in the Gauteng Health Department, around PPE corruption and so on. So I think that, and access to, and you saw issues around access to healthcare services were restricted during the COVID period. So all of those may have been contributory factors, that led to the decline of satisfaction with provincial government. I think that is my, we don't have the specific data, Graham. I think we don't have the reasons as such, right? That question wasn't asked. So I think that we can only make some inferences about what might be the possible reasons given because people get influenced by the public discourse around various things, and I think that might have been the reason. But local government still remains, and I think it's an important point to make, the lowest levels of satisfaction. And in the Gauteng context, it's the local municipalities that drive that number down. And in particular, Mfuleni has driven the number down even very substantially. Of course, it's just one component. But if you look at some of the graphs, I mean, we didn't show you a full presentation, but if you look at, and we know, everyone knows the problems in Mfuleni, whether it's refuse removal, whether it's the problems in the Vaal River system, sewage flowing, all of that. I mean, basically service delivery collapse in that particular municipality has been particularly bad. But in general, I think municipalities, even the metros, by the way, who in the past have actually done relatively well, have also declined.
Thanks, Mr.
Commissioner, can I just come in on 2 quick points, if you
For
don't
sure.
mind? Just to say that when we get the data out of the Quality of Life Survey, there's always a launch and we're able to draw some analysis to start with. But the data is rich, and over a period of time you can do more sophisticated analysis with the data. So it's only now that we're getting into more sophisticated analysis, regressions, causal chain analysis, that allows you to begin to see the connections between different variables. But certainly, just following up on what Rashida said, at the level of simple correlation, it's fair to say that the respondents with lower levels of satisfaction in provincial government are those that have been more economically impacted, who are more concerned about corruption, who have got high levels of food insecurity, who haven't managed to benefit from grants, even when they applied for a grant, and so on. So you can clearly begin to see relationships between different variables in the data that give you some clues about where the most negative feelings towards provincial government are concentrated. And we've done that level of analysis. But we're going to do much more. We're looking at analysis of the data in order to understand a little bit better some of the electoral outcomes, in particular the large numbers of registered voters who just didn't go to the polls. Why was that? What happened there? So that's analysis that we'll pursue over time.
Thank you. Now, my last question relates directly to GCRO. Are you able to tell us what the race and gender composition of your senior management service is as a percentage, not just of the senior management team, but also in relation to the full complement of your organization?
So I think that, well, I'm the first executive director, and there have been 2 before me, including for a period, the acting executive director was white male. The board had decided that that very clearly we need to ensure greater levels of diversity within the GCRO. So as it stands at the moment, there's a 4-person management committee, and in terms of that, there are 2 women and two males, and 2 are white. One is Indian, as it were, and 1 colored person. As far as our senior researchers go, I think that and I think this is important. I think that it is still sort of fairly white, although there are how many black senior researchers? 2 or 3, I think, of about 6, I think, something like that. So I don't have the numbers in front of me.
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Have you got the numbers somewhere, Graham?
I need to go online, which I can do, but just give me
So okay, let me just, Graham will give you the numbers. He'll go online and just give you the exact numbers. But just to give you the sort of the overall approach. The two white women that we have were both senior researchers, actually resigned at the end of last month. And it had nothing to, basically they were moving on to other things. The position is that we're going to move to ensure that there's a greater level of diversification. And I think this is a really important point, that we have encouraged all our staff, but including our black staff members, giving them the opportunities to do PhDs. Dr. Machomani, she just got her PhD recently, and all, I mean, staff who do PhDs, particularly, well, I won't say particularly, but all staff are given space to actually do that. The other person who also just got his PhD is also a black male. And I think there are two women, one is black and one is white, and they should have their PhDs in the next 2 or 3 months, for example. So you see the kind of the trajectory that we're placing people on. So it's a very conscious, deliberate policy to ensure diversity within the workplace, I mean, both in terms of gender and race in particular. But Graham might give you the exact numbers.
Yeah, I'm sort of scrambling to just count. But yeah, I mean, just to sort of clarify one thing. So there's, at the moment, 5 people at the senior researcher level or principal researcher, which is our top level, and of those 2 are African. And then the balance shifts quite considerably at the researcher level. The majority, and at the junior researcher level, we've got about 6 or 7 people there, and all of them are African. Many of them are women coming up through the ranks with PhDs, etc. As I recall it, only one of them is a white male. So yeah, there's a fair balance in the organization, but as Rashid has mentioned, this is part of our strategy, as it is with many organizations in South Africa, to change the historically white complexion of people who work in this field, right, in the sort of applied research academic field.
Thank you, colleagues. I will encourage you to also just work more consciously in changing the demographics within, the management team as well as the senior research team. We would hate for an organization such as yours that does look into these issues of inequality to demonstrate inequalities within your own management team. So thank you very much for the work you've done, and we encourage you to also further work consciously to change the demographics within. Thank you.
Chair, can I just ask one last one, if you don't mind? Also, the workplace have also been kind of very restrictive to the LGBTQI community. So perhaps that to just to add to your transformation drive. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and apologies. It appears that my program has received here at least have 1 or maybe 3, I'm not sure, mistakes in terms of the titles. So apologies to Dr. Machomani. Yes, I have 2 questions. The one is the sort of shocking statistics you revealed that 39% of respondents said they kept their children at home even when they were allowed to go back to school, which disproportionately also affected African children. This, of course, is very disturbing given the importance of education in the first instance. So I'd just like to know a bit more detail, if that's possible. I think you testified earlier that your survey was concluded in May 2021. So first of all, do we have an indication then as to when and at which stage of COVID was this situation, 39% who kept their children at home even though they were allowed to go back? Secondly, it is quite important to know, for how long they kept their children at school and to which extent that continued. Maybe your survey didn't cover all of that. And then the third thing that you wouldn't be able to answer, but that may indicate the necessity for further research in this regard is specifically what the situation is now since schools have fully reopened. And also what the national position per province would be. So I don't know if you have any ideas around these issues, because this is a critical matter. If we have a situation where 40% of parents are actually not sending their children back to school, this is a crisis in the making, and for generations to come, that this would influence all the other trajectories. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Maybe I can just come in and then I wouldn't mind handing over to Rashid with a specific question. So I think the very high percentage there is probably a reflection of the time that the period that the survey was conducted in, October through to May. I think we probably are likely, because schools reopened more fully and in a formal sense without any kind of platooning system, etc., much later in 2021. We are likely to see that percentage come down. In the nature of a quality of life survey questionnaire with well over 200 questions, it's often very difficult to put a whole series of subsidiary questions in. So much as we'd like to probe around particular reasons and so on, it's just not possible for us to do that. So you'd want to ask, in an ideal sense, you'd want to ask those people who say, I kept children out of school. And what were the reasons? And the reasons could be things like, well, the transport patterns were just completely disrupted. Or no, I sent children back home to a rural area, in order to keep them safe. Or no, I just ran out of money and my school, actually, I'm in a sort of inner city private school and I just don't have the cash to keep sending them. There might be a multiplicity of different reasons that unfortunately we can't get at. One thing I think we may be able to offer the Commission, but we'd have to just do a little bit of work, is we could ask the Gauteng Education Department whether they've got any more recent stats on numbers of children expected at school versus actual attendees at various points in time. I'm pretty sure that some data could be extracted for the Commission if you'd want us to follow up on that.
Yeah, I mean, just to echo the point, I mean, we can do that fairly easily. We've got good relationships there, and we could, yeah. So we can just maybe send an email to the Secretariat, and if that's okay.
That would really be appreciated. I do have to say also that it appears that there hasn't been so much of a problem both in the Gauteng and the Western Cape with regard to accommodation of learners. And I wonder if this kind of trend doesn't have an impact on that, which would also be worrying. But my other question relates to you mentioned that we are working intensely on a proposed intervention, because you also said you contribute towards policy development and so on. So I'd just like to know when this will be completed and whether you can please also make the final product, as far as this is concerned, available to the Commission when completed. Which I understand to be a reaction to, a solution to an extent to the survey findings.
So I'm not sure we're answering the question.
Yeah, I mean, we're not working on anything that basically says these are the challenges, therefore provincial government must do this in some kind of integrated report form. But I think it needs to be highlighted that the data lives as a rich resource for any analysis that tries to bring out policy implications over a period of time. So we continue to use the data on all sorts of different of issues, and in the process of creating the various kinds of outputs that we typically bring out. So maps of the month, data briefs that look specifically at data, provocation research reports, occasional papers, academic articles. It's working rapid research papers. All of those papers are geared to drawing out the policy implications and putting them in front of provincial government and local government. So that's something we're going to be working on actively over the next year. So I can't promise you a paper in 2 weeks on a particular issue, but to reassure you that we are looking at this in a number of different ways. I mean, illustratively, we're writing papers on gender-based violence data that's coming out of the survey. Someone is looking very intensively at this point in time on the food security data that's embedded in the data. There are a whole bank of, we've only shared a snippet of it with you, around food insecurity and different dimensions of food insecurity. So there's going to be a whole occasional paper on that in the course of this year. So we continue to work on the data.
If I may, Chairperson, I think that so for example, in the so-called war rooms in provincial government, you know, if you take the one on poverty and hunger, we're able to. So we've been specifically invited. These are very broad-based war rooms, so obviously run by provincial government, but has people from civil society, from business, labor, etc., etc. So it's a very much sort of a social compacting kind of arrangement in a way, with all the social partners, and we're part of it. And I think one of the things that we could do is, by using our data, to ensure that the interventions are more targeted and specific. And in fact, even though it says poverty and hunger, I think given the sort of multidimensional nature of poverty, it's not only about, you know, whether you're giving somebody a grant, but it's also issues like you're raising around education and health and so on and so as well.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much for your contribution this morning, for the effort you've taken to come and availing yourself. We appreciate that very, very much. We will now adjourn for lunch, but I do see Advocate Lutz. I do see that, you know, time-wise, we might have an issue. When do you suggest that we continue? At 1:30, perhaps?
Chair, thanks. Time did run away with us, but it was for a useful purpose. I guess we can push lunch to end at 1:30. We'll just notify the next witness in terms of the spillover of time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll adjourn until 1:30. Thank you very much. And that would be for the evidence of Mr. Jean Leroux, Atlantic Council Digital Forensic Lab. Thank you very much.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Mr. Leroux, can you hear us? I know, they're using my laptop. So I don't know what to say. Mr. Leroux? Do I have to mute here?
Check 1, 2. Yes, it's working.
Can you please unmute Mr. Leroux?
Hello?
There you go.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I'm not sure if you guys can hear me. I cannot hear you at this stage. It looks like you're muted.
Is he muted? Talk to him again. We can hear you. Can you hear us? No, he doesn't hear you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hello, Mr. Leroux? Can you hear us? Can't hear. Mr. Leroux, can you hear us? Nothing.
Hi, Mr. LaRue, can you hear us?
No, I can't hear you, unfortunately.
Now, Mr. LaRue? Hello?
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Testing. 1, 2. No.
There's something coming through now.
Hi, Mr. LaRue, can you hear us now? Testing.
Testing, testing.
Testing. Mr. LaRue, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys now.
Ah, finally.
Getting a bit of an echo. Let me just see. It might be from.
Okay, we,
Yes.
Kiba, we seem to have an echo. Oh,
I can't see anyone at this stage.
Okay, they're saving the prettiest person in the room for last.
I can barely hear you, so I'm just gonna laugh out of my life.
okay, she was very far from the mic. She was just trying to do a bit of nonsense.
I'm now back, Mr. LaRue. I was saying that they're saving the prettiest person for last.
Who's that? Is there somebody after me as well?
Ish, Mr. LaRue, which one is this? You don't speak English, but you can detect cyber security issues.
No, I'm just joking.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
We're so excited to hear you this afternoon.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here. Actually, I think I can assist the community with some of my knowledge and background.
Somehow your sound has now gone quite soft.
But I think it's on our side.
It's definitely on our side because I can hear some tremors from your end.
Yeah, I'm still getting an echo.
He's still getting an echo.
Okay, we're gonna try fix that. Maybe if we can continue talking, Mr. LaRue. Are you presenting anything for us this morning, or we're just gonna go straight into questions?
We can go straight into questions.
Okay.
I'm still picking up the echo.
Okay, still echoing. Mr. LaRue, we hope to make this fun and engaging for members of community and families who are watching us on the other side.
Yeah, obviously it's a heavy and a serious topic, so
Yeah.
I'll try my best to do that.
Yeah. So we want to make it as helpful as possible for the commission, but we also want to have a little bit of sound bites for members of community, just, you know, some responsible social mediaing vibes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Do you,
Any specific points that the commission would like you to focus on and highlight?
so what I will do, yeah. So what I will do is I'm going to take you through questions. I'm going to do it in themes. So we're going to do an introduction, a bio. We're then going to go into the digital world. And so we'll try break down concepts as basic as possible for the layman on the streets and for our reporting purposes. After breaking down concepts, for example, disinformation, misinformation, those type of jargon. After that, we're then going to go into the actual unrest, and then that's where I think will be most helpful for the commission in terms of getting a lot of the data out, what we got, what are the highlights, and then after that, we're going to go into some of the sort of cross-reference to testimony that we have received before. So what, for example, former Minister of State Security has said in relation to going forward and some of her recommendations, I'll run it past you to say, Mr. Leroux, what do you think? Do you think that is a viable way of dealing with things? And then in conclusion, I'll then ask, just have a short brain wave, sort of like a discussion over what do you think the recommendations can be for the state and for ourselves as local communities, what our responsibility as well, going forward, what do you think we can do, and sort of breaking barriers to intelligence in a virtual world.
No, that sounds actually perfect.
Yeah, so I'm hoping from this, I'm hoping two things are going to come out strongly. The first is the virtual world and how that really operates, and to sort of see the link between a virtual world and how it manifests in the real world. This other strong theme that I want to come out is the evidence that we can get from the actual unrest, because that's the real reason why we're here. And to try see how best we can be most helpful to the commission. Going around like, what was the causation? Can we identify causation? Can we see where this was manifesting? Where was some of these posts coming from? So we want to see the world of social media or digitalization of information. We want that to come out strongly. After that, I also want to touch on community and community involvement. To sort of create this link to say, yes, whilst we agree that there are platforms for disinformation, there's also platforms for misinformation. What is my responsibility as a layman on the street going forward? When I peddle such information, when I just follow a hashtag for no reason, what is the real impact of that? So we want to walk community members through their responsibility, as well as what is the role players of ordinary South Africans in perpetuating and peddling this information, whether positively or otherwise. And then I'm hoping to get a lot of community engagement at that point. So those are the sort of
just a quick thing on the
yeah.
unrest section. We did some surface investigations on that, but we didn't go in depth into where it started, who prompted it, and so forth.
Yeah.
But I did look at it at that stage. I'll be able to give like a broad overview of what we saw, what our kind of conclusions was from the data.
Mr. Leroux, I'm losing you a little bit now. I'm trying to just figure out the sound thing a little bit, but I will let you know when the sound is back on, then we can engage quickly.
Okay, cool. So I'm still getting
you're still getting an echo. Can you just nod for me if you still have? Okay, yes, okay. We're working on the echo and getting your sound to me. I'll give you an indicator when we're on again.
Cool stuff.
Perfect. I can hear you now. Are you still getting an echo?
Let me check. Yeah, I'm still getting an echo.
You're still getting an echo, okay.
I see it's coming from the SA HRC support.
Mr. Leroux, you were saying something about the SAP's work?
No, I was just saying about the unrest. We conducted some surface investigations, but we didn't go in identifying accounts or.
Okay. If I ask you
with
some,
it.
if I ask you something that you can't answer, just say, look, my research didn't go to that depth, or say, I can't answer that definitively, but I do know that we can get that information from X source, for example.
Perfect, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm still getting a really bad echo.
Okay, we're trying to figure that out. You said it's coming out of where? The support.
The HRC support account. It's almost like it's feeding back into itself.
Okay, I mustn't sit so close to the mic. Huh? A picture, yeah.
Oh, is it coming through the laptop?
Sorry, Mr. Leroux, I couldn't hear you there.
Is the sound coming through the laptop and being picked up by the mic, perhaps?
Is there a laptop that's connected and picking up? No, I'm not connected to the link.
Okay, yeah, because I'm not sure where, because it's coming through the SAHRC support account, the echo. And it doesn't look like I can mute it on my end, so it's going to keep on coming up.
Yeah. Guys, can't we just mute that account? Oh. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Boo. That's beautiful. Almost read Commissioner. Mr. Leroux, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Do we have any feedback now?
Yes, I still got the echo.
We still have echo. What must I mute? Sorry. And if I talk like this? Do you still get feedback now?
Let me testing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm still getting an echo.
Oh, is the echo from your own voice?
Yes, it's my voice that I'm hearing back.
Okay. Oh, wait, can you try again?
Let me test. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's still coming through. I think it might be the microphone on the SAHRC support account.
Apparently that's the microphone which I am speaking through for the room.
Yeah, so that's what I think that's where it's picking it up.
Yeah, Mr. Leroux, do you see why you should have been here to sort it out for us? It's this one.
Can't you log in with your laptop onto the same thing so that
Mr. Leroux, can we try again now?
Yes, let me test. Yeah, I'm still hearing myself. It's about a half a second after I've spoken, so it's very disconcerting.
Okay. Mr. Leroux, they've asked me to ask you, which I'm doing, whether you could take off your headphones and receive us through your laptop, if maybe that could stop the agitation of the audio.
I can try that. I'm not on a laptop, I'm actually on a desktop computer. I'm trying to think if there's another plan that we can make.
Okay. How many speaker,
I don't think the problem's on mine because I think it's the sound that's being picked up on the microphone that you're using. And I think that's what's causing the kind of the feedback that I'm getting. What I can maybe suggest is that I can mute the sound entirely from my end. I've got a button here that I can press to do that, and that'll then stop that echo from coming back. But I won't be able to hear anything while I do that.
Yes?
I think at the moment I shouldn't hear any echo as well because I see you've been muted.
And can you hear anything now? Feedback? Now he can't hear me at all. So can I try now if there's any feedback?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. And again, I'm hearing myself. I think what I'll do is I can mute myself like I'm doing now. So then I can't hear the echo because it's just that it's disconcerting and it's a bit of a distraction. So I can mute myself, and then once I'm done speaking, I can unmute, and then I'll be able to hear you again.
Okay, let's test it that way. My understanding is that you are muting yourself, but we can still hear you.
That's correct, yeah. I've got a button here that I can press that mutes me. I don't hear the echo. I also can't hear you until I unmute myself. So at this
Okay.
stage, I'm hearing nothing.
Can you hear the echo?
If you're muted like that, no, I don't hear an echo.
So it means, are you going to be able to mute me every single time I finish talking?
I'm also not hearing anything else, though.
Yeah. So the plan is that he will have to mute us every single time one of us engages with you. It's just a piece job. But
That's fine.
job.
I've got a, I've got a button I can press here to do that easily.
Okay, perfect.
I think maybe one suggestion we can make that is if I'll have you on a video feed or something, if you want to interrupt me, maybe just wave or that gesture that I can keep it out.
Can you see us if you're suggesting I wave? Are you able to see us?
I'm only looking at the Human Rights Commission logo at the moment, but
Okay.
I'm not
You're
sure if
saying
there will
we
be a
should wave
feed
on the
at a later
actual-
stage.
All right, that makes sense.
Good afternoon. Let's settle down, please. Welcome to the afternoon session of the hearing. This afternoon, we welcome Mr. Jean Leroux from Atlantic Council Digital Forensics Lab to give evidence. Welcome to you, Mr. Leroux. To introduce you to the panel, my name is Andre Gaum. I'm chairing this hearing panel, and then I'm joined on the left by Commissioner Pilile Ntuli, and on my right by Commissioner Chris Nissen. The legal team for this afternoon is Advocate Moraka and Advocate Van Heerden. Before we start, I'm just going to ask you whether you are willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
I'm happy to take the oath, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Do you consider the oath as binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure what the arrangement is, whether you are going to make a statement on introduction and then the evidence team will follow up on that. What is the arrangement, Advocate? Advocates, one of you, the two of you?
Thank you, Commissioner. We're just going to go straight into question and...
Okay, I see. Okay, let's do that then. I suppose you will be leading with that then?
Yes,
Thank
Commissioner. I will.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Mr. Leroux, thank you so much for having us this afternoon. I hope to structure today's testimony in the following way. I'll first start with a brief introduction. I'll then move into your profile. After that, I'll then move into what could be a helpful discussion around digital information. I'll then move into the actual evidence that will come out from the unrest before closing on moving forward and what to next for South Africa. But perhaps a good way to start is by introducing yourself to us and explaining to us what is it that yourself and your organization do.
So thank you very much, Advocate, and thank you very much for the Commission for this opportunity. I'm hoping my testimony today will be able to assist the Commission in their efforts with this inquiry. First off, my name is Jean Leroux. I am a research associate with the Digital Forensic Research Lab. We are a center within the Atlantic Council, which is a Washington-based think tank. It's quite a mouthful to get around. But in essence, we are an organization that focuses on investigating, researching, reporting, and eventually explaining disinformation and the way that it operates, the individuals and the organizations behind the disinformation campaigns. And then also a large part of our work is building what we call digital resilience, which is a way of ensuring that a society, and particularly democratic societies, is inoculated against those actors that might try and take advantage of information environments in a way that undermine democracies. So our head office is based in Washington, D.C. We've got units scattered across the different continents. Specifically, I'm based in Cape Town with another colleague of mine, and our focus is on the sub-Saharan African region to basically investigate this information, explain it, and then also find a way of reporting it back to a way that's palatable for consumers at the end of the day.
Thank you very much for that. What qualifications do you have in this particular area?
I'm legally qualified. I started off as an attorney. I was admitted in the North Gauteng High Court all the way back in 2000 and I think it was 2011. It's quite a long time ago, and quickly after that I got involved in forensic investigations. I was employed at the Public Protector from about 2012 until the start of 2015. After that I joined the Financial Services Board, where I conducted similar forensic investigations into pension funds and their administrators. I was there until the end of 2017. I started in January 2018 with News 24, conducting specifically social media and fake news website investigations for them. I was there until February of 2019 when I joined the Western Cape Provincial Government, again as a forensic investigator. And finally, I joined the DFR lab in December of that year. So it was a relatively short stint with the Western Cape government, specifically focusing on disinformation, and that's the role that I'm in now. In terms of my formal qualifications, it's one of those issues where it's such a novel field, there are no formal qualifications for digital forensics work. What I have been doing though is I've been conducting these kinds of open source and digital investigations since 2016. When I uncovered the existence of what's now known as the GuptaBot network, but which was a network of accounts that was involved in trying to sanitize the image of the Gupta family at that time. At that stage, the existence of paid Twitter and disinformation campaigns on social media was an extremely novel concept. This was even before it came out at the US elections with Donald Trump later that year. So my background, my history is actually more of a practical one, looking at these campaigns, how they work, how they operate, and so on.
That's fascination work, Mr. Leroux. And interesting enough, talking on the novelty of the work that you and the discipline is one that we really hope to tap into that resource in relation to your testimony this afternoon. That leads us neatly into our segment this afternoon on the digital age. You've mentioned that a lot of your work has had to deal with a lot of the innovative way in which digitalization has influenced many political structures. Can you take us into that world and maybe talk briefly at an introductory level on what the digitalized world looks like? We often talk about living in this virtual world. What really is it for the layman on the street when we talk about a digitalization of information? We use big words, but for the main layman on the street, we want to break that down into digestible information. So my question to you is, what is the digital era we're actually living in?
I mean, the impact of social media has been massive. Over the last, I would say, a little bit more than a decade, since social media platforms has become more and more commonplace, they've effectively replaced the way in which we consume media. People are no longer that reliant on radio broadcasts to get their news. They're no longer that reliant on official sources, people like, going on to the SABC for the 8 o'clock news. People no longer do that as much as they used to. In fact, now you can open up your phone and see on Twitter and almost get a real-time update of events as they happen. As a topical example right now, the conflict in Ukraine is a good example where you can almost on an hourly basis get updates of what's going on instead of having to wait for the 8 o'clock or the 9 o'clock news to get your information. That comes with a lot of benefits. It gives people a platform that didn't have a platform before. It gives marginalized individuals and marginalized communities a place where they can have their say in a space where they're not oppressed. But at the same time, it also brings with it a lot of responsibilities. Because of that wider reach that it affords individuals, there's a lot more responsibility on those making use of the platform to do it in a responsible manner. What we're seeing now is that as that same kind of momentum persists, the one where the traditional media is less and less relied on, and social media becomes more and more of the main point of contact for a lot of individuals. That kind of responsibility on the individuals becomes more and more stark. We've seen a lot of instances where this has been exploited, either by individuals or organizations. I can just, as an example, that everyone should know about the way that the Gupta bots operated and the way that they exploited the white monopoly capital narrative in a way that, for all intents and purposes, weaponized that against each other. That was an example of a campaign that was used and mostly waged on social media. It was targeting journalists, it was targeting editors, politicians, anyone that was critical of the Gupta family. And what that had in effect was it used social media platforms, it used this digital world that you spoke of, and then turned that against the people making use of it. So the same people consuming the information using social media was now getting false and unverified information from that same social media. Obviously, the risk of that is as well that there's a lot of users making use of social media. There's this virality phenomenon where the moment that a specific piece of content gets a lot of attention, the social media algorithms actually amplify that and make sure that that gets even more traction. So it's kind of the snowball effect where once something small starts getting some traction, it bleeds out into a much larger audience. And as that audience starts amplifying and engaging with it, it works its way even further and further.
Yeah.
Now, it's important to note that disinformation itself isn't a new concept. It's something that's been with humans and society through the ages. I think one of the earliest examples we often cite in our trainings is in 33 BC, when disinformation was actually used in a campaign between Eastern and Western Rome to try and solidify the succession battle there. And through the ages, that's just adapted. As we developed the printing press, it changed. As we modernized and television and radio came along, it changed. And what we're witnessing now is the way that this age-old concept of disinformation propaganda is now simply being adapted for the modern age using social media. And where we come in is looking at how they actually manipulate social media to make these things gain a lot more traction than it would have otherwise.
Yeah. You speak on a lot of interesting point there, Mr. Leroux. The first point that we want to dissect is this concept that information can be used as targeted, first bearing the head of weaponizing of information, but second can also be quite informative and in educational to people who are receiving such information. What I want us to do first in this segment of digitalization of information is break down big concepts. You had mentioned now disinformation. Can you perhaps give us a definitional section on what is misinformation and start that against what is disinformation?
I'll be happy to. Our work focuses quite a lot on disinformation, and that's where the false information is shared with the intention of misleading the audience. We often contrast this with misinformation, and this is then where the false information is shared, but there's no intention. I always use the example of if I receive a WhatsApp message from my grandmother about say a wonder cure, this herbal remedy that can cure COVID. She's sending it to me not to mislead, or her intention is based on the fact that she actually cares and she's got the sense of responsibility towards me. So she's sharing that false information with me, but without the intention of misleading me. However, the individual that was marketing and advertising that product, the company selling that herbal remedy, they would actually be not guilty, but they would be acting as disinformation peddlers. And that is because they actually had the intention of deceiving the audience when they made that advert, when they claimed this herbal remedy of theirs can cure COVID. That intention is kind of the stark distinction between misinformation and disinformation. It's also the reason why we focus specifically on disinformation, because when there's intent involved, you can actually try and establish what that intent was. There's aims, there are objectives. We tend to classify our investigations in terms of several categories, depending on whether it might be political or monetary objectives that are being chased. I think it might be worth mentioning the term fake news as well. It's a term that's been highly politicized, and it's one that most of the open source investigation community shies away from. It's kind of used as a colloquial term to include both misinformation and disinformation. But in the way that it's been politicized and the fact that it's not entirely accurate, it's not a term that we use that often.
And so back on the disinformation and misinformation, and I take your point that it depends the objective and the intent that you can sort of then trace back on what was the...
I can't seem to hear you at this stage, Advocate.
And can you hear me now?
It seems like you might be muted.
Are you able to hear me now? Mr. Leroux, are you able to hear me now?
I'm not hearing anything at this stage.
We are muted, it seems. Our mute button
There
is
we
on.
go.
Are we back? Can you hear me now, Mr. Leroux?
I can hear you now.
Thank you. Slight technical glitch on our end, but nonetheless, we move. We were speaking back on the disinformation and misinformation, and I take the point that depending on the objective, one can easily then trace back the nature of the peddling of such information. My question then is, despite the broader context and despite the broader objectivities of certain campaigns, can we make a general statement in identifying who largely is the target market of such disinformation? Are you able to make a broad, I guess, classification of individuals or communities that are largely targeted for such information?
Yeah, I think that will again come down to the objectives of the campaign, depending on who they want to reach. All of these disinformation campaigns have got a core of accounts or individuals that are orchestrating the operation. So, and their objective is to make it, get this information outside of that. As long as they are within the same network and as long as they're speaking to each other, the message or the narrative doesn't actually escape that into the broader populace and into the broader target markets that they are eyeing. So depending on what the nature of the campaign is and what their objectives are, you can often glean, it kind of goes both ways. So you can pick up what the objectives are from who they're targeting, audience that they're trying to target. And at the same time, you can pick that up from the objectives. If you know what the objectives are, you can kind of see who they're trying to aim that towards. It depends on which of those you've actually got access to. And again, that depends from one investigation to the next. But in all of the cases, the objective of the Disinformation Act is to get their narrative to escape their own bubble, that echo chamber that they create. And they do this using, multiple means. There's, good old-fashioned, propaganda tactics. They can share screenshots. It can be, fake websites that they set up to peddle the information that are allegedly neutral. They can go and manipulate hashtags to get them onto trending lists. There's lots of ways that they use to try and escape that bubble of theirs.
And what is the distinction between organic and inorganic social media traffic?
That's one of the things that we focus on quite a lot because the inorganic traffic stands out like a big red flag when we conduct our investigations. If, for example, organic traffic would be where there's an actual and a legitimate engagement with the topic. This is where it's a regular user scrolling through their Twitter or their Facebook timeline. They see the topic and they engage with it. They reply to the tweet, they retweet it, they might comment on the Facebook post. It's a legitimate, earnest interaction between an individual and this hashtag or this narrative. Where it starts crossing over into inorganic is where there's a use of artificial means to try and amplify it. And when I say artificial, this can be creating fake accounts to do that. We do a lot of investigations finding fake accounts set up to look and seem like human beings. These are referred to as sock puppets, and they give the impression that there's large grassroots support for a specific topic or hashtag or tweet and so on. Another tactic that they use is manipulating the social media algorithms. Because of the way social media algorithms work, they try and show you content that's popular, and they try and show you content that would resonate with your own interests. And what happens is the moment that you start, getting a specific hashtag or a specific tweet or a Facebook post that's, seen by the algorithm as quite popular, it starts showing that same post to more and more people outside of that circle, trying to, basically leverage the post to grab people's attentions. And what some of the disinformation actors do is they actually find ways of exploiting those algorithms. You'll find people tweeting at 2 o'clock in the morning arranging a group of, say, 20 or 30 people to, on a very short time scale, retweet a specific hashtag in very short succession. What that does is that tricks the algorithm to think this hashtag is exceptionally popular. There's not a lot of people on that time of the morning. So if there are 30 people sharing and retweeting and engaging with that hashtag, it must be something that people are interested in. And that then starts this process where the hashtag moves up the trending lists. You'll find people, legitimate users that wake up and see the hashtag trending. They might then see, oh, look, this hashtag is moving up on the trending list. Let me engage with it as well. And very quickly, the inorganic portions of the network starts being replaced by the organic engagements with that same hashtag.
That's really helpful. We heard testimony in the past 2 weeks about the use of other or different types of social media accounts. And perhaps what we can do now is define the distinction between open source and closed source. So what are the practical examples of an open source account? Which one is, and which of those is a closed source?
I think the easiest distinction there is for open source accounts would be things like Facebook and WhatsApp. Sorry, let me correct myself there. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, any public and open facing account. That is something that you can go online and you can find that account if you'd like to see what it's been posting and see what it's been said. You can take that distinction even further. For example, in the case of Twitter, you've got access. Twitter makes available what's known as an API that allows you to access data from them directly. There are certain restrictions in terms of how much you can request and how quickly it's provided, but in general, you can write a short script and then get that information directly from Twitter rather easily. When it comes to closed social media accounts, and this is sometimes referred to as dark socials as well, these are things like WhatsApp groups, Signal groups, Telegram channels. These are mostly where the information is behind a kind of a veneer, or you can't have access to it directly. You need to be part of that group to actually get a hold of the information. So when it comes to the open source stuff, that's rather easy to collect. You can do that programmatically. There are lots of ways to gather information on that in a relatively easy manner. But when it comes to the dark social stuff, you actually need to be part of that community, part of that group, part of that channel that's busy promoting that specific narratives. And that makes it a lot harder to track. It's a lot harder to get invited into those groups. There's no trending lists that'll alert you to the fact that there's something being said on those groups. And it's all in all, it's just harder to track and identify misinformation trends and disinformation trends on dark social media platforms.
That's very interesting, and we will explore how one tracks the closed sources or dark sources of information. But for the next few questions, I want to focus a little bit on the open source. So back to the bigger platforms. You made the example of Twitter and the rest, Facebook, etc. How does one, I mean, you did touch on this a little bit, how does one gain traction on these open source platforms? And linked directly to that is, how do you determine profiles or profilic Twitter accounts?
What we do is we kind of use a multidisciplinary approach to investigations, which is a very fancy way of saying we use lots of different tools to gather the information. The first reason for this is redundancy, to make sure that we double check whatever we're getting from the platforms from various sources. But mainly what we do is, for example, in Twitter's case, we'll actually take data on a specific hashtag or a specific phrase, a specific account directly from Twitter's API, and that'll allow us to track things like how many tweets were sent out, the exact timestamp, so all the way down to the exact second when those tweets were sent out, which device was used, whether it was an Android or an iOS device that was used. There's lots of information that we'll be able to gain from that. In addition, we'll look at social media listening platforms. These are usually used by organizations such as advertising companies and PR companies to track hashtags and brands and such. But the same tools, because of the way that social media is set up, it's an exceptionally good way of tracking like disinformation narratives as well. So we use those tools in conjunction with our own data that we collect directly from the platforms. This then gives us an idea of what's being said. We always look at who's saying, exactly the accounts stating this. We look at the accounts that is saying the most, the ones that are the loudest. If you're looking at a specific hashtag, for example, you'll try and find the accounts that are the most vocal, that have used the hashtag the most. And then we'll also look at the accounts that use it the earliest. So the accounts that kind of originated with that hashtag or that phrase or narrative, and then look at who they are and what their objectives are. What we'll quite often find is that hashtag will start off quite benign. It might be something that is relatively harmless. An example of this was one that I looked at, I think it was about 2 years ago, where the hashtag Ramaphosa resigned trended. This started off as a joke, in the early hours of the morning. But by the time that most users had woken up, some other clusters of accounts had started using that and sharing that as information that President Ramaphosa had actually resigned. So that's an example where something started off relatively benign. It was done as a joke, and throughout the course of it being used, it actually flipped over into something a bit more malicious. Looking at and gathering all of the data, we could actually see the accounts that started that. They ended up deleting the tweets a couple of hours later, but the data was already there. And then as things progressed, we could see that narrative shift from the humorous / amusing side of it to something a bit more targeted and political. And you could see that because different accounts started engaging with it. They added their own little tales to this narrative, and that actually allows us to see that there's a shift in who was actually propagating that disinformation.
We're really interested in the tools that you had mentioned that you use in order to track the activities, follow the hashtags, etc. Appreciating, as you've mentioned before in your testimony, that there's multiple tools that are available. How do these social media listening tools actually work practically for the layman? How do we understand them to work?
I mean, for a lot of them, the way that they work exactly is proprietary. So even we don't have exact access to what they do. But in essence, they constantly scrape the internet. So they've got their own accounts and servers and network infrastructure set up that on a constant basis scours social media. They collect tweets. It's kind of like this big vacuum cleaner that sucks up everything that it can. Depending on the tool that you use, some of them focus on websites, others will focus on for example, social media platforms. Even others will look at the technical details behind who owns and registers websites in their names. So each of these tools has kind of their focus area, and they act like giant vacuum cleaners that suck up as much info. And when you come around and you request a specific analysis, it draws on that information that they've bought. So that's why I mentioned earlier, in some cases, even if an account would go back and delete their posts, you could still find some of them because these platforms have actually already scraped the information before they've managed to delete their content. In terms of the tools themselves, as I mentioned, a lot of them are focused towards advertisers. I'm happy to provide the names. We're not specifically shy about the tools that we use. And we've also used several different tools over the years as we've kind of changed tack. We found tools that work better or works less than ideal. So I'm obviously happy to share that with the Commission if they're interested in that as well.
Thank you. That will be very helpful. We've also had access to a number of your articles that speak directly to the use of tools and which platforms do provide those tools. So thank you for that offer. The Commission is also aware that DFR Lab assisted in unmasking who was behind the Tracy Ziller Twitter account, as well as per Africa Check articles determined that accounts that appeared to belong to Duduzile and Duduzane Zuma were not actually their accounts. And we are happy to list many other accounts that you've basically been able to unmask. How are you able to determine that information? How do you verify and double check that accounts do not actually belong to the I want to call it a ghost account, a ghost name? How are you able to verify such information?
That again, that depends from one case to the next. Sometimes it can be as simple as an account might have left their username and the old username on their social media profile on a post from years ago. A lot of people, when they first get the Twitter account, they'll tag their friends and they'll ask their friends, "Hi, I can see you're online. Oh, look, you're on Twitter as well." All of those things are breadcrumbs that you can follow to identifying the individual. When we do our investigations, we really rely on only one single breadcrumb because it's very easy to get it wrong. So we often go through a process where we start, with thefts, for example, going back to their timeline to their very first post to see what they said there. We'll look at the way that they posted initially. Maybe they dropped an email address. We've actually found people where they've put their phone numbers in replies that they sent out years ago. And then using the phone numbers, you can actually find other posts of theirs on other social media platforms. I've identified an individual where they posted their SoundCloud. The account itself was anonymous, but they put a link to their SoundCloud, which had 2 or 3 rap albums that they produced on. And that allowed us to actually identify who this individual was. We could use that and then corroborate that with old scraped information from the same account to see that the usernames matched up. So there's lots of ways that you can do that, but it really depends from one case to the next. As an example, when we unmasked the Lerato Pele account, on that specific one, it was a process where we identified old posts from the account that was placing them in Durban. We had old posts from the account that showed that they had a good grasp of the military and the way that they operated. Using that and then old interactions from the account, which had since been deleted, we could identify a few names. And as it then turned out that the name that we identified was a former member of the SANDF who was staying in Durban. That'll give you a very strong net almost in which you can identify the specific individual. Again, this differs from case to case, and we've got lots of instances where we've tried to identify the individual, but you fall short of actually breaching that threshold where you're comfortable in directly identifying someone. The risk is always that you can identify somebody wrongly. You could have the wrong person in mind. And that's kind of first and foremost in your mind as you're doing an investigation like this. Before you publish anything, before you make those findings public, you are 100% sure that this is the individual that you're looking at. Again, when you're looking at specific platforms, you might find the different information on Facebook than you'll find on a Twitter account. And what often helps is if you can cross-reference those. Users tend to be lazy, so they use the same username for their Twitter account. They use the same username for their Instagram account. And then using that, you can pick up on information on the Instagram account that you might not have found on the Twitter account and vice versa. So in essence, it's basically building up this net of seemingly random or seemingly coincidental facts. But then you do it in a way that when you look at it as a whole, it's very clear that the individual that you've identified is the only person that could be responsible, and there isn't room for anyone else to kind of be an alternate suspect, if you want to use that terminology.
That's really helpful, and it actually just shows the amount of work that actually goes in before you unmask the real user behind an account. In one of your articles, you write about fake accounts and how these are monetized. How is it possible that a Twitter account can attract to it money or monetary value in its work? How does the monetization of Twitter accounts and what you post in however many characters may attract some sort of income?
I think Twitter recently actually added a direct option for you to have a tip option on your homepage. So, sorry, it's now actually possible to be directly monetized for the content that you post. But other ways is simply, doing what's known as influencer marketing. You can have your account set up, have a large number of followers, and then brands, individuals, organizations, companies, anybody that wants to get a media or at least a bit of traction on social media can then approach you to do that on their behalf. If you have got a large amount of followers in a specific, let's say in Johannesburg, for example, a Johannesburg-based company would likely gladly be willing to pay you to share a link to the website to your 40,000 followers. So that's a more of a direct way of monetizing your social media presence. Some users you'll often see on social media, I think they refer to it as plugs, where they share their websites. They could share specific hashtags for products that they sell. We often see once a hashtag starts trending that some accounts would use the hashtag, even if it's unrelated, to market and sell their goods. CV services, we've seen people selling clothing, people selling fruit and vegetables, all kinds of goods get sold on social media using these Twitter accounts. And obviously, as your following grows, you gain a more and more, or at least a wider and wider audience that you can speak to, and the relative value of your account starts going up. So you can actually charge more for doing that. One of the examples that I've got is it's something that surfaced around, I think, towards the middle of last year, where the individual who was running the Lerato Pillay account ended up running quite a large influencer account as well. And he was conducting what's called micro-influencer advertising, where he got lots of these smaller accounts, individuals with 1,000 or 2,000 followers, to share a specific hashtag and to basically market a specific product. All of this kind of came to the light when he was paid, but these influencers that he contracted with weren't paid. And that actually gave us a bit of insight into how much this was going for. I think at that stage he received the amount of 20,000 Rand for sharing these hashtags. And that was supposed to filter then down to these various influencers that he was supposed to be using. Another indirect way of marketing and monetizing your social media presence would be, having links to a website, which in turn has adverts running on that. This is kind of the traditional model of a fake news website, if I call it that, where it's a process where you use a social media presence to get traffic to a website, and the monetization happens on that particular website. This is what the case was with the Tracy Zilla investigation. The investigation there found that the Tracy Zilla Twitter account was actually corralling users, using offensive and outrageous posts to corral people to a number of websites which belong to the same individual. And those websites, all of them were monetized using Google AdSense. So every click, every visit to that website would then result in a monetary compensation for the owner of that website. So it's not as direct as influencer marketing, but it is a way for you to make use of a social media presence to indirectly secure a means of monetization.
Mr. Leroux, how influential are some of these sites and Twitter accounts to a point where some of them are actually hosting or sending you on to links or various accounts which are fake? How far then does the responsibility lie in relation to dissemination of false and at times defamatory information? How far along can you hang the liability lines on these large accounts that are accessible essentially to large numbers and are susceptible to large following as well?
I mean, if you can compare, having worked at News24, I had some insight into the readership figures for some of the articles. So I'd have an idea of what we would consider a good article, a well-read article, and so on. And I mean, many of the social media accounts that are acting and operating as influencers have multiples of that as their followers. Now, that doesn't automatically mean that every time they send out a tweet, somebody will read that necessarily. Some of the people following that account might be doing so for maybe to monitor them. Others might follow them simply because they dislike the account or they want to keep tabs on what they're saying. The fact that you've got that many followers doesn't automatically translate into that many people reached at the end of the day. In addition to that, you might find people see that specific social media post and then regard it as a social media post and not as the gospel. So again, it's kind of a murky field, and not even the social media platforms actually give that kind of metrics out publicly to be able to understand what the exact reach of an account is. Even though they might have, 100,000 followers, how many people are they actually reaching, and how many timelines is any posts that they make actually arriving on? To further complicate that, some of the social media platforms have gotten quite good at picking up on narratives that they might deem offensive or harassing. And what they do is they deboost those social media posts. You'll actually find a case where even though an account has 100,000 followers, if they post something that the platform deems offensive and if they've been flagged as a repeat offender, that might only reach a portion of that at the end of the day. So it's a very difficult thing to quantify. It's something that's at the potential reach is quite a lot larger than most of the traditional media articles that you can find out there. But the question that becomes is how many people actually read that and how many people then take that to heart, that message.
I want to then, lastly on this segment, engage on responsible community engagement at this level. In open source, where, for example, you had made the hashtag where individuals started off as a joke to say the president has resigned and then ended up to be very politically influenced in the end. To what extent does the community or individual members on these sites ought to be cautioned against peddling of dis or misinformation? And what tools can they use in order for them to be responsible in how they generate or distribute further information?
I think probably the easiest and the best tool to use is simply your own common sense and critical thinking. If you see a post on social media, it's what I always say is that if you're feeling upset or angry, if you come across a post that evokes that emotional response from you, on social media, stop and think what's being said and why they're saying it. There's obviously, social media is great for highlighting the plights of minority communities, individuals, and sections of the community who don't have as large a voice. And the unfortunate thing is that that same opportunity that it provides can also be exploited in a way that tries and elicits an emotional response. The moment that you respond emotionally to something on social media, you stop thinking critically about it. I've done it myself before. You come across something and it's so shocking, you feel you just need to press retweet, you just need to share this and get this out there. And that's really the point where you need to stop and ask yourself, what am I sharing? Is it necessary for me to share this? What is the point of me sharing it, and what's the point of the other people sharing it? Is it simply to drum up emotion? Is it something that's meant to incite specific emotions? There's quite a lot of research, in fact, on the way that when you receive a post like that triggers an emotional response, it actually overrides your critical thinking. Instead of engaging in a logical fashion with the post, you almost as a knee-jerk, try and spread the word as much as possible. There's some research from UCT with Professor Herman Wasserman, where he also found that in some cases, even that reaction can be good-natured. People are sharing the posts out of the sense that, this might be true, so let me warn other people. And in cases like that, it's important to take a step back, before you share the content that you receive, and ask yourself what's the motivations behind it, and also whether it is true, whether there is something in this that makes it feel a bit off. We always tell people to check your sources to make sure that the message that you're receiving, if it's coming from an anonymous account, why is this account anonymous? Is it to protect their identity because they're a whistleblower? Is it because they're anonymous because they are harassing and spreading information that could be considered defamatory? That's always the questions that you need to ask when you're looking. Is this a social media influencer account, or is this a journalist that is putting their reputation on the line every time they report on something? Those are some of the questions that, as a community member, when you come across social media posts, to ask yourself before you share the content. Obviously, this isn't meant to mean that you shouldn't believe anything and everything that you read. Social media has a very important part to play in highlighting marginalized voices. But at the same time, that responsibility is important to keep in mind as you're doing so.
Mr. Leroux, do you think that type of problem solving would have assisted us during the time of the July unrest in relation to interaction with social media
Lots
posts?
of it would. If you consider some of the posts that were like in the very early days of the unrest that were shared with things like, showing incidents of violence in different regions, but from years ago. There was one particular post that I came across which showed really gratuitous violence being performed on a black individual. And that was labeled as incidents happening right now during the unrest in Phoenix. But in actual fact, with a very, even just minor critical thinking, you could pick up that nobody in the image was wearing any masks. The bystanders, people walking past, the individuals involved in the incident, none of them were actually wearing masks. And that would have been a good clue that this post predates whatever's happening in KZN at that stage. So, small things like that can have the effect. It won't necessarily stop the overarching narrative from gaining traction, but it could make sure that there's a bit of a less of a lead up. It doesn't become as viral as quickly. It's just a case of, taking a few moments, checking if there's anything fishy about the information that you're receiving. Another good example of this was just last week around footage with the invasion in Ukraine, where there's a video footage from a video game was shared as if it was happening in Ukraine right at that moment. And this was shared by journalists, and it was retweeted and engaged with by other journalists as well from the same organization. And something like that just goes to, if you just stop and looked at the image, you would have picked up that the lighting seems a bit off. If you were to go even a bit deeper and look at some of the airplanes and the things involved in that video, you would have picked up that those are United American airplanes and not Russian or Ukrainian airplanes that are involved. So it's small things like that that you can just, if you take that time before you share and you interact with something, just to verify some of the information that you're receiving, that could go a long way in preventing stuff from going viral, especially where the information it's based off of is false.
Perhaps now would be an opportune moment to go into the segment dealing with the July unrest. Mr. Leroux, what in your opinion was the role of social media during the unrest?
We had a look at some of the narratives as they started unfolding. It was something that was kind of a build-up. It started with the unrests, and eventually it kind of bled over into the Phoenix Massacre hashtag that was also quite prevalent at the time. We looked at the accounts that were sharing stuff. We specifically looked at whether there were concrete examples of incitement. When we were looking at the examples of incitement, we were looking for, was there a call specifically to go to this place and conduct arson or to loot a building. And what we found is that from most of the posts around the July unrests were almost reactive. These were people who were using the unrests for their own political objectives. There were lots of, the usage of, the ubiquitous "we see you" posts that were doing the round. They were used as a way of celebrating what was happening in KZN. In some cases, even old and misleading footage was used, from totally unrelated protests from years ago to further those same kind of narratives. And a lot of this was celebratory. It was used in a way that celebrated, the unrest and celebrated the violence that accompanied it. There was a call even weeks prior to that from some organizations as well. It's something that we were tracking at that stage, where the entire legal process was, there was an attempt to delegitimize that by using specific phrases such as the jailed without trial. All of that was things that kind of built up. It wasn't like a one single match that started off the bonfire, but it was lots of these little sparks that were added up to a environment in which there was a discontentment with what was happening in the legal system. There were people celebrating ongoing protests. People would go online and see there were protests happening and people were celebrating that. So that was kind of the main takeaway that we had, that there was a lot of celebratory things, but all of this was after the fact. There wasn't a lot of direct incitement urging people to go to specific areas and conduct specific crimes at that stage.
Mr. Leroux, we heard testimony that social media was effectively the platform on which a lot of the later activities effectively started. Some testimonies for community members effectively said that you could trace a post and literally 3 minutes later you would actually see what the poster said actually executed in a mall. For example, you'd have a post or a WhatsApp message that on a closed source or an open source that said, we're about to go into a particular area, a mall, and 3 minutes later the conduct would happen. But the main source or the main way in which the information was disseminated was through social media. Is this something that is consistent with your research in your investigation of the unrest?
Yeah, I think maybe just to clarify, we were focusing on the open source platforms. So we're specifically looking at Facebook and Twitter as such to see whether there was any coordination there. I mean, my thoughts at the time as well was that any kind of coordination of incitement, any kind of targeted operations would be conducted on closed social media platforms. I mean, it would be particularly stupid, to use the word, to try and orchestrate something like that using social media where everyone can see and everyone can, archive and collect evidence in that way. So when we say that we didn't find any evidence of direct incitement, that's what I mean. We couldn't find anything on the open social media platforms indicating to people to organize and go to this specific place, loot this warehouse, focus on this area, or commit arson on that particular building, and so on. I've got no doubt that it would have been organized and orchestrated on darker social media platforms, things like WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal groups, Zello even, which is kind of like a voice note program. All of those apps could be used to orchestrate this in a much more effective way than you actually could on an open social media platform. When you do something in a group like that, you've already got the community, and it's a much smaller, more tightly knit community. You've got people that are already on the same page, so to speak. Whereas as you push a call for action out onto social media, I mean, there's 100,000 people that'll read that, and you don't know how many of them will actually pitch up, how many people will, heed that call that you make at the end of the day. So just in terms of effectiveness, using an open social media platform to call for something like that is not exceptionally effective. One thing that I should maybe mention is there is a phenomenon called stochastic terrorism, which is where the actual effect is you can't directly link what's being said and the calls of incitement to a specific event, but on a statistically basis you can actually pick up that it has that effect. The example that's often used for this was the January 6th incursion in the US, with the US state capitol, where there was lots of calls made, about the legitimacy of the elections and the way that voting proceeded and so on. But there was no actual calls of storming the Capitol building. That kind of developed from that. That's a term that we always keep in mind when we look at narratives, is that even though there might not be a direct call for it on social media, there is the possibility that an environment can be created within which what would otherwise be seemingly random attacks or random incidents could actually fall underneath that umbrella.
Thank you, Mr. Leroux. Just to go back to your previous answer, you had mentioned that you would see post that there was a lot of activities around the court litigation, and then secondly you mentioned that there was a lot of celebratory language. Which court proceedings are you referring to? and which celebratory language is this that you're referring to?
In terms of the court proceedings, this was after the verdict of former President Jacob Zuma was confirmed. So when his guilty verdict came through, that's kind of when that started. The guilty without or jailed without trial was the narrative that was used at that stage, and that preceded the July unrest events, with quite a significant margin. Once the actual unrest started happening, once there was violence, once buildings started being burnt, as soon as the footage of that began to circulate on social media, different accounts would then use that, and then the celebratory language would be things like, Amandla, this is in support of President Jacob Zuma. Others would indicate or give the impression that the protests you're looking at are against the jailing of former President Jacob Zuma. So that was often what was used when I say celebratory, is that they were using the existing footage and saying these are people who are protesting in support of former President Jacob Zuma, and as a result of that, we support you, we see you. This is something that they were condoning to their own social media followers.
And were you able in any of your research to identify which was the consistent hashtag, one that created enough traction throughout the entire period of the unrest?
There were a few hashtags that we were looking at. I can't recall off the top of my head. This was quite some time ago. I recall the Wenzenu Zuma hashtag was quite prolific initially. There was, after the unrests actually started, obviously the July unrest hashtag was something that circulated a lot. There was also a hashtag specific around the Phoenix massacre, as it was called at that stage, but that was more towards the end of the July unrests. But in terms of the specific hashtags, I'll need to go back and compare my notes, but we did track a handful of hashtags at that time.
And how were you able to determine some of these findings? For example, how were you able to trace back the hashtag? How were you able to track back any activity post the court hearings? How does one know what to use, which time to look at? How were you able to determine this information?
What we generally do is, if there's a specific incident, we try and look at, say, about a week before to try and gather, any of the data preceding the events, if there should be anything. And then as you kind of do the investigation, you iterate from that information that you gather. So you'll, for example, you'll see that a specific hashtag is trending. And the moment you start looking at the hashtag, you'll pick up that there is, an additional hashtag that's being used. And then you can follow up on that hashtag and then find out who was engaging with that, and so on and so forth. So you iterate your investigation as you go along, as you come across new information on it. For example, as I said, you might start off with a week prior to a specific incident. But the moment that you start looking at it, you realize, by the time you're looking at it, that hashtag's already taken root. There's already a large following. People are already engaging with it. So you'd move your time frame a bit back. With things like court appearances and court dates, it's generally, we focus on the time period around it. So you can actually look and say, well, the court date was on the 3rd of March. So we can say, take a week before and a week after, and then focus on that specific area to see, who was the most vocal accounts, who started with a specific hashtag the earliest, and then who propagated that the most.
Are you able to share with us which of the accounts were the most active around those popular hashtags and or tractions and posts?
I'll be happy to. The first one, and again, I'll have to go back to my research, my notes, I'll be happy to provide that to the Commission. One of the most vocal accounts was the account of President Zuma's daughter. She was one of the accounts that was most engaged in the celebratory part of the post. She would take posts of buildings burning, and then have a tweet below that saying, Amandla, we see you. And she did this quite prolifically throughout the period of the unrest. In some cases, she was also the one that took truck protests from the year before and then attached that same statement to those tweets, giving the impression that these are protests that are happening in support of her father's and his incarceration. In terms of the jailed without trial narrative that preceded that, a lot of that was coming from the Twitter account of the Jacob Zuma Foundation. There was almost a drive from that specific account over a period of weeks to have that jailed without trial phrase, take root. It was even at some stage the phrase was capitalized in that way. At the time, I recall I had the impression that it reminded me quite a lot of the Stop the Steal narratives that was happening in the US around the elections and the legitimacy of it. Just in the way that it was used as a phrase to, in of its own, try and delegitimize that process in its entirety.
So, besides former president's daughter's account, are there any other identifiable accounts that can be said to have furthered or peddled this information?
Oh, I can't recall off the top of my head. As I said, I'll have to go back to my notes to check exactly who we identified and the volumes that were distributed at that stage. But those are the ones that stood out the starkest for us at that stage, the ones that we actually looked at.
And what responsibility does a particular account holder have in relation to disseminating correct information? For example, if I'm a host account and I'm disseminating information around a protest when there really is none, or violence when there really is none within my area, what responsibility is attractable to such an account?
I think in practice, there's not a whole lot of responsibility that attracts. I mean, people can do that quite easily, and the repercussions for doing something like that are nearly non-existent. At most, you'll get some censure from your followers the moment that they identify it as a fake posting. So in terms of direct repercussions, there isn't a lot. Most of the social media platforms are very loath to touch content when they do their moderation. Most of them focus on behavioral aspects and not on the content itself, because it's such a murky area, because that's when you start infringing on the free speech of individuals, when you start taking down their posts for the content that they put out. So it's it's one of those situations where it's very hard to draw a clear and a hard line between what is allowed and what isn't. People should be allowed to express their opinions. They should be able to do so without fearing repercussions for what they say and what they think. And at the same time, there is, I would say personally, from a account that has a large following that is politically vested in the community, there is a larger responsibility for them to make sure that when they put out information, it's truthful, it's verified, it's something that the community that they are in fact providing this information to can rely on.
Mr. Leroux, you mentioned earlier on in your testimony that you would, in your research, you'd be able to track back about a week before the actual incident. From your research, are you able to find indicators that the unrest was imminent and we ought to have known about it from the use of open source social media? Or do you think that this might perhaps have been something that would have been reduced to closed source and the dark source platforms?
I think a portion of it would have been visible on open source social media. If you take, for example, things like the way that the incarceration itself was portrayed. I mean, there was protests in front of Nkandla. There was lots of evidence indicating that there is a popular element to this. There is at least a portion of the society which wasn't happy with it. And that was very clear on social media. There was, I mean, you wouldn't even need to use particular tools to see that. You would have just needed to follow, one or two accounts, and you'd be able to see those visuals coming from and kind of like to see the support that was evident at the time. But the actual organization and the orchestration, when it comes to the logistical aspects of that would have happened on closed source, on the Telegram groups, on the WhatsApp groups, on the Zilla chats, and so on. And that's simply because, if I had to phrase it differently, I'd say that the environment was created on the open source social media platforms. So Twitter, Facebook gave that environment. It created an environment where a narrative like this could take root quite easily. And then secondly, when it came to the actual organization, that would have happened on the dark social platforms, simply because it would have been impractical to try and do that using a open source platform.
You raise a very important point. We've heard testimony for the past 2 weeks that, especially from community members, to effectively corroborate what you're saying, that the activity around the particular political campaign and the activity around the arrest period of the former president all lend itself to an alert of some activity, although perhaps the minute detail of how that activity then unfolds might have been spread at closer source or closed source, as it were. In your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes 100% sense. You'd be able to pick up on, the broader, I almost want to say the zeitgeist, the kind of the feeling of the community from the open source socials. But in order to actually identify which warehouse would be targeted and have somebody respond to that, that's kind of where your more traditional intelligence comes into, your informants, people who are on the ground, and part of those communities who can pick up on the dark social stuff and then feed that through. I mean, there's no way that you'll be able to pick that up on social media directly, and I'd be quite surprised if I find somebody organizing something as as far-reaching as the July Unrest on an open Facebook page or on an open Twitter page as such.
So at this point, we're now we are past the 1 week prior to the unrest, and now I'm sitting in the actual week of the unrest. From your assessment, is there any tangible material that was coming out, either in the form of an alert of particular areas that have been attacked, or an alert that government officials could have been aware of in relation to where particular areas had been affected? My point really speaks back to whether or not there would have been better intervention mechanisms in place had we paid more attention to social media and to people's interaction on social media, in order for us to lean in a little bit closer in understanding what's actually happening on the ground.
Yeah, I'd agree with that assessment. I mean, specific areas were identified, and the clear example of this was Phoenix. When that hashtag started trending, it was quite early in the morning. I speak under correction, it might have been that Friday. The hashtag started trending, and it was very clear that there's a specific area that was targeted. The use of the phrase Phoenix Massacre immediately implied the idea that this is a much wider and a much more emotive a set of events that's going on. Especially with the references and the linguistic references back to the Marikana massacre coming through in the Phoenix Massacre hashtag as well. And I mean, I would have expected at that stage for the authorities to be able to pick up on that, to see that there's something going on. There is a lot of traction around this hashtag. There are people saying there is Indians killing black people. There's comments that black people are killing Indians. It's that kind of tension should have been picked up on. Whether it would have been at a level that would have prompted action or preemptive action from the government, that's not something I can speak to. But in an ideal world, there would have been mechanisms in place for them to pick up on this. There's always the case made, it's in social media. What happens in social media doesn't happen in the real world. And although there's some truth to that, what we see and what we hear and what we think is often influenced by social media. So to completely isolate what's happening online from what's happening in the real world would be myopic. And I would have expected, the authorities to have something in place to, at the very least, have contingency plans in place when something does happen.
In your experience, Mr. Leroux, do you think South African government and law enforcement officers are equipped to deal with such activities on these social media platforms?
From what I've seen, unfortunately not. There might be individuals or small pockets of that are able to do it, but at a wider scale and in a way that can actually translate into some tangible results. I'm not sure if we've got the capacity. If we do, I've unfortunately not seen it. It's something that I think that if anything does come out of this commission, that we have a way of making the impact of social media, having a way of ensuring that the implications of social media's effect on society is brought to their awareness, and there is ways for them to put plans in place to actually address.
I think I've lost Mr. Leroux.
I think I might be back.
Okay, perfect. Found you.
Sorry. So yeah, just to summarize that, if government can have a way of ensuring that they do have the capacity to firstly look at incidents like this when it crops up, and then secondly have a way of preempting anything that that might sprout from that. So in other words, looking at using social media as a way of almost like a canary in the coal mine, picking up on narratives, picking up on issues before it blows over into violence. And then secondly, once it does happen, is to have individuals who can go back and then look at that and understand how the platforms work, how they're being manipulated, who's responsible for that, and also how to counteract that from happening in future.
We're certainly a long way from that suggestion, although it is a welcomed one. We are told by ministers and various authorities at operational levels that the tools are in place. But however, we might face a different problem, and that is in relation to capacity, whether it means warm bodies to actually learn to capacitate themselves to use the social media. What do you think the role of the private sector in this type of intelligence is? We heard testimony from the former State Security Minister that said we need a collective effort, and that members of the public need to all contribute towards assisting government. What, in your opinion, is the role of the private sector, individuals like yourself who have the clear capacity and know how to do the work? Do you think that there's room for people in the public sector and the private sector to assist government and form some sort of collaboration for future interventions?
Yeah, I definitely, if there exists capacity in the private sector, it would make 100% sense for government to rely on that and use that, either to build internal capacity or, as you mentioned now, if there's not enough warm bodies, to use the private sector to get some of those warm bodies on board. At the same time, I would caution and maybe urge that if that were to be the case, if the private sector was involved in this, that the measures and kind of the policies surrounding that interaction is very tightly controlled. Simply because giving a private sector company or a private sector individual access to the information that an entire government has, there's obviously some security concerns around that. But if those can be addressed, and if you're focusing purely on capacity building and the knowledge transfer and getting these techniques and the way that social media is or can be investigated, I think that would be a great partnership.
The persistent theme of the testimony that the Commission has heard is that this was an unprecedented time, and it's been quite a lot that the state has had to deal with, be it identifying the causes, controlling crowds, managing the aftermath of the unrest. What do you think, in your opinion, is the way forward, practically, at a very simplistic and practical level now for state, firstly? And secondly, what do you think is the way forward for individuals who use social media to peddle thoughtfully or unintentionally or intentionally so, the use of hashtags going forward and into the future?
In terms of the current steps, I would say I think this commission and the commission from earlier last month, both of those is kind of what I would suggest. The first step is go back and look what went wrong. Find out where those vacuums lie, where where it slipped through the cracks, as it were. Try and find out where the fault lies and then fix that. Understanding that there's a lack of capacity, it's one thing. Understanding how to build out that capacity might be a second thing. And I would suggest, in terms of next steps, is to, once you've identified where those vacuums lies, find ways of building up the capacity, filling up those cracks so that the same incidents don't happen again and have the same repercussions. In terms of the longer term effects, I'm a bit concerned with having too much criminalization of things said on social media. I think we've got enough laws in terms of defamation to rely on that to prosecute individuals involved with that on social media. So, my personal view is that we shouldn't be, finding more ways of criminalizing what's being said on social media. But I do feel there needs to be more action and more enforcement on those that do abuse it, those that do have, statements that are defamatory or racist and are being made using social media platforms. If these same statements were made off of a pedestal in a town square, for example, you would find ways of prosecuting that individual. It's just now a case that social media adds an additional layer to that process, which needs to be circumvented. In terms of doing that, I would also suggest that the authorities could look at cooperation with the social media platforms themselves. All of these social media platforms have mechanisms that you can use to request information from them directly. Now, this is information that even in open source sense, you don't have access to. Things like, the email addresses used to create these accounts, phone numbers used, IP addresses used to access that specific account, both at the very first time that the account was used, as well as the latest time it was used. They've got access to information such as the devices used to access the accounts. All of that's information that's there, and social media platforms actually make that available to law enforcement authorities if they request it. It's a few hoops that need to be jumped through. You need to know what to request from them. But once you do that and they provide the information, that allows that kind of enforcement of accountability to take place. And that's something that I think is sorely lacking at the moment, is that when individuals do make racist statements on social media platforms, when they are, harassing or defamatory in their statements, there's no repercussions for them, simply because there's the impression that they are anonymous and they cannot be found.
Mr. Leroux, thank you so much. That was very informative. I'm going to then hand over to my colleague to take over.
Okay, Advocate.
Hello, Mr. Leroux, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed I can.
Okay, thank you so much. I only have 3, maybe 4 questions. We'll see, maybe the 4th question might be addressed while addressing these 3 broader questions. Is that fine?
That's perfect with me, thank you.
So, Mr. Leroux, you and my colleague spent some time online, discussing the online dimension of social media. But of course, the online world is always happening in parallel to the offline world. And part of what we have been investigating is the state's reaction and intervention during the July unrest. So we looked at the president's action, defense, intelligence, police, and so forth. And there were statements being made from the fact that an insurrection was ensuing or that there was ethnic mobilization. Witnesses who have appeared before us spoke of a well-coordinated attack on the state and so forth. Did you notice any kind of algorithmic impact between the statements that were being made offline by officials and the shape that conversations were taking place online?
I didn't think, I mean, we weren't specifically looking for anything like that. So anything that I did see was anecdotal. I mean, there was a few statements that were coming through as things unfolded. And this is not specifically in relation to the Phoenix unrest, the Phoenix massacre hashtag. So there were statements being made, but it was almost like it was being drowned out by the responses on social media. I mean, I recall an incident where there was a statement by, I can't recall who the official was, about incidents happening on the ground. And then that was replied to by several videos of, what was happening on the streets, people arming themselves, people, community members on the back of a bakkie with what looked like assault rifles. So there was almost this counter narrative the moment that anything was being tried to put out on those platforms. It's one of the things with a disinformation campaign. The moment that narrative takes root, it's very difficult to get that out. It's almost like whoever says it first gets the first shot in. It's very difficult for a counter narrative to then come in and replace that, especially when it's something as boring as a press statement by a government official saying everything looks calm. With social media, the more interesting and exciting it is, and unfortunately often false information and disinformation is made a lot more sensational and interesting. It almost leaves no space for that to come in. So it's very important that when there is narrative, if there is a kind of a counter narrative that needs to be introduced, it has to be done early. So, people need to have access to the correct and the truthful information before they even fall for the false info, if that makes sense.
All right, I think then it connects well with the question I was going to ask as the fourth question, so I'll ask it now. Given your experience working with this wealth of information and being able to draw all sorts of trends and patterns and insights, do you think that the state should invest in a body or an ombuds or something of that nature that looks at social media and its impact? And how would you balance that with, say, the tendency for surveillance and spying and maybe repressive practices of controlling how conversations are being had online? So it's a two-pronged question. What can the state do to invest in a much more effective way of guarding against the information disorder world, because it can be quite serious and a platform to, cause instability, but at the same time balancing it against surveillance and so forth?
I mean, that's obviously a very difficult question to answer in as short a time as we've got here. But I mean, I would definitely urge the state to invest in having ways of monitoring social media a lot better than they are at the moment. Just to give an example, I know the Swedish government just at the start of this year set up and basically rebirthed an organization that they had in the 60s that was focusing on Cold War propaganda at that stage. So they've actually rebirthed the Civil Contingencies Agency in Sweden. It's a government organization that's set up specifically to look at social media, how it's being manipulated, is it targeting local individuals and so forth. You quite rightly point out that it needs to be balanced in a way that it doesn't amount to surveillance or infringe on the privacy of individuals. And I think that is something that will probably need to be discussed in a lot more depth, specifically focusing on what would be the extent of an organization like this. How can they only use open source information? Are they confined to looking at Facebook and Twitter, or can they actually take it a step further and start surveilling telephone lines and WhatsApp chats and so on? I'd be very reluctant to extend it to that kind of power. There are measures in place, and I'm assuming that we do have the capacity in the rest of our intelligence services to perform things like that and to monitor domestic threats. And as such, if I were to recommend a kind of structure for an organization like this, either have them focus on identifying threats, but not as much monitoring and kind of digging into their private communications and such. It's a very slippery slope once you start going down that. And it's, I mean, it's something that will definitely need to be discussed in a lot more depth before an organization like that is set up.
Thank you, sir. And then just two final questions. The first one, another one that may very well be a victim of unfairness, and I appreciate the fact that you are studying role players and behaviors and trends online, but we've been hard pressed to get a witness to give us even even like an estimation of what they think the July unrest was. Because we are yet to get an answer from any official, be it defense or state security or police and so forth. Is there any ways in which the platforms you use, have they come to any conclusion or estimation about what the July unrest was?
I mean, unfortunately not. The moment that a hashtag starts taking root on Twitter, the sentiment's already there, it's already been set in. My personal take on what happened in July was that there was communications from political players that the incarceration of Jacob Zuma was, fraught. There was contention around it, and that created an environment where it was very easy for people to say, well, let's protest, let's have let's make our voices known. If you couple that with the socioeconomic reality in which we was, I mean, at that stage we were more than, I think, about 18 months into the COVID-19 lockdowns. You're sitting with people who are desperate, people who are in precarious financial and economic positions. And the moment that you get an opportunity like this, where things like that meet and merge, it becomes very difficult to maintain control of that. Even if this, let's say hypothetically, was being orchestrated very finely by an organization in the background, I think it would have very quickly ran away from whatever they could have organized and orchestrated. So, I mean, I think it's a very difficult thing to define. The unrest, a lot of the narratives and a lot of the disinformation draws on, the reality. They draw on the truth, and they use that as a way to almost legitimize itself. If something is partially true, then maybe the rest of it is true as well. And in the same way, if you're sitting in a situation where people are desperate, people are in a position where they might not think twice about looting a store because they're not sure what they're going to eat that evening, and then couple that with a political protest and things get out of hand, it becomes very difficult to actually control something like that. And that's often the risk with a lot of the narratives we look at, is that it's one thing organizing and orchestrating something, focused on, xenophobia, for example, and have something as wide-ranging, as sensitive as xenophobia raised it. But the moment that thing kind of gets or bolts and gets away from the organizers, that's a lot of times where the big issues step in. I'm not sure if I've actually answered your question.
No, I think we are still, as investigators, in the same predicament. But it is, as you say, it's difficult, but that is the heavy task we are facing. Maybe the last question. So we focused a lot on misinformation and disinformation, and I mentioned in my first question about the statements that were happening offline by officials, but there's also official accounts, right, that are maybe verified or trusted journalists and so forth. Did you find that there was a strand of effective, maybe not information disorder, but information order? Did you find that that was effective in quelling the hashtags, in mitigating against the conspiracies, the misinformation and disinformation? Can we trust that official accounts and that there's worthy attention to be paid to specific sites that are countercurrent to disinformation? Were you able to study that strand?
We didn't look at that specifically. Again, anecdotally, from what I saw while going through social media at that stage, is that communications were coming through, but they were often met with skepticism. There was a lot of derision in some of the responses. Because at that stage, the narrative had already taken root. People already, thought that oh, look at what's happening, the protest, the buildings are burning, these are protests. And then when a statement comes out counteracting that, it's almost like people don't believe what's being said from the official sources. Now, there's lots of reasons for that. There's obviously distrust in government for various reasons. There's distrust in the media as well for various reasons, and all of that kind of feeds into the situation where trusted and official sources are often viewed with quite a bit of skepticism. So when a statement like that is made, it's quite often too little, too late, and then when it does come out, it's also met with quite a lot of skepticism from the same audience that's supposed to be ingesting that information.
Mr. Leroux, thank you, sir. I'm now going to give over to the panelists. So they might have a question or two and just follow up on some issues. Chairperson?
Yes, thank you very much. We just want to hear if it would be fine with everyone if we take a comfort break at this point for 15 minutes until 25 past. And then the panel will still put certain questions to you, Mr. Leroux. Thank you so much. Okay, so we stand down until 25 past 3. Thank you.
faceless accounts saying the most absolutely abhorrent things to them on social media simply for doing their work at the end of the day. So I think a lot of that, as I said, comes back and circles back to being accountable on social media, having ways of identifying individuals who do things like that. I wouldn't necessarily say that each and every incident needs to be criminalized, but I'm sure that as a broader society, we can find ways of engaging with each other on social media in a way that doesn't end up dehumanizing us at the same time. On your second question about having ways of listening out for these things, I'd be fully supportive of having a early warning mechanism like that in place. Whether this then occurs using coded language or not, I think that then dovetails again with the more traditional intelligence services, either domestic or foreign intelligence services and things they're picking up. And I think any any approach to this needs to be cross-cutting. You can't have an organization that only focuses on what's going on social media, because you might lose touch with what's actually happening on the ground as well. And similarly, you can't be oblivious of the fact that social media does have an impact on people individually and collectively as well.
Thank you, Mr. Leroux. Just one last one from me. Some time back ago, I think a member of parliament retweeted a offensive tweet, and she was, I think, disciplined by a party. But it's a criminal offense to retweet any offensive, racist, or any other dehumanizing tweet. To retweet it, even if you receive it and you retweet it. And do you think there is a need for us, both in terms of my previous questions and this question, is there a need for maybe a advocacy program or educational program around the use of social media? Are there such programs, and who will be responsible for taking that responsibility? Thanks.
I'd definitely suggest something like that, having people understand what are their rights in terms of social, but also the responsibilities that accompanies that. Something such as retweeting, for example, that amounts to a publication in terms of defamation law. And there are court cases where individuals have been found liable in terms of defamation law simply for liking a Facebook post, for example. So those kind of things need to be sensitized people to understand that when you are engaging with the content, you can be held liable for those interactions that you conduct online. And you might not necessarily be criminally liable, but there are repercussions for the conduct that you have online. I'd even take it a step further and said that we need to start introducing, even in schools already, making sure that school kids understand the social environment in which they are growing up in, that they understand that if they're seeing a TikTok video, the fact that it's the most watched doesn't necessarily mean that it's the most trustworthy video that they're seeing. I mean, there will be, in another 3 or 4 years' time, there'll be different social media platforms with different issues and threats that they'll need to be sensitized to. So I'd even suggest that taking it a step further, even before we look at us as adults and the way that we use it, but to make sure that the next generation also understands what is expected of them on social media, what is the risks associated with social media, and making sure that when they are eventually participating in society as a whole, that they have those rights and responsibilities already at heart. In terms of more broader programs, I'd also be supportive of that, having people be sensitized in terms of how social media manipulation works, how easy it is to get people to believe a story published on a fake news website, how the individual running that site is actually monetizing it, and how they are basically benefiting from people's either their ignorance or the fact that they truly believe in the stories being shared there. And I think a drive like that, partly education and partly practical, would be massively useful.
Thank you, Mr. Leroux. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nissen. Mr. Leroux, there seems to potentially have been 3 dimensions to social media in relation to the July unrest after listening to you. The one is what you described, and that is that there was there seems to have been an atmosphere being created on open source social media. But now I want to ask you about the other two dimensions. So one view that is to an extent emanating from evidence is that there were indeed masterminds and professionals behind all of this. And one of the reasons that is advanced is the way in which warehouses and so on were targeted, and the professionality of the activities there also pertaining to the ATMs and so on. So would you agree that if there were masterminds that actually planned all of this, and they made use of social media, that would have been through closed source social media? Otherwise, they might have not used social media, telephones, cell phones, or simply meetings, which in all those kinds of instances, it would have been more traditional intelligence, as you put it, that would have brought forward who these masterminds are, if any. So in a sense, the question is then, if they made use of social media, that would most probably have been closed source social media.
Yeah, I'd agree with that assessment. I would say that as you said, the environment that was created would have been useful for intelligence to guide their own investigations, to tap into informants and ask them, this is what we're picking up on social media. Are you guys hearing anything locally? Is there anything being planned around this? I think that's where that cooperation or that integration between the two has the most benefit, is acting as a early warning system that flows both ways. So in the intelligence would be able to pick on, there's A, B, and C is being organized. Keep an eye out for this on social media, and you'll be able to pick up on whether that is something that is being organized. Glitching out again. There we go. Seems like I'm back. And then secondly is, to have a way for crime intelligence to, take intelligence from social media and say, listen, we're picking up that there's an environment being created. The judiciary is being delegitimized. This particular decision in a higher court is being targeted, or this prosecutor is getting a lot of negative attention on social media. This might be something to tap into your traditional informants into. So I think that kind of dovetailed approach to it is something that I could see as the most value from something like this. And that's not to say that you might eventually even find instances where social media is used more directly to organize this. When I mentioned earlier the closed sources, that will also include DMs and private messages on the open source platforms. That's something that would actually also qualify under closed source platforms. But again, that is something that can actually be retrieved from Twitter if law enforcement would approach them and request, even something as DMs could actually be requested from Twitter and Facebook if law enforcement lodges a request like that.
Thank you very much. So it is possible to access closed source social media. For example, in the case of, let's say, in the Tracy Ziller case and so on, through Twitter, I think it was in that instance. So,
Yeah,
so,
in
so
that
how
case,
do you
the
access, in
information-
other words, how do you access closed source social media?
That'll again depend on the platform that you use. So if it's an encrypted platform, things like WhatsApp, Signal, and Telegram encrypt the communications. And that's what's known as a peer-to-peer encryption. So there's, from my device to the receiving device, the connection is secure. Any messages intercepted in that communication will reflect as garbage to whoever's listening in on it. When you're dealing with a closed source platform like that, you will actually need to have one of the two devices to access that communication. For example, if you're looking at a suspect, you are you've managed to do a search and seizure and you managed to obtain the cell phone in the process, you would have access to the WhatsApps on that. If you were to try and intercept the WhatsApps between the two devices, you would not be able to get that. Now, when it comes to the social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter, the communication there between accounts is not encrypted. So you can approach Twitter and ask them for the direct messages, for example, of a specific account, and they would be able to provide that if there's sufficient reason for them to disclose it. Obviously, they've got their own privacy concerns that there's a few hoops that need to be jumped through. But if there's a case to be made, law enforcement can request Twitter to provide them with all of the DMs that a specific account has sent out and received. So again, it depends on the platform. If it's encrypted, it becomes a lot more difficult to do. You would actually need to have access to the device being used. But if it's a unencrypted messaging service that's being used, then the platforms can provide that information directly.
Thank you very much. And then it seems that there's a third dimension, and that was the mobilization of people who participated in the so-called looting, because it appears that these people arrived simultaneously at inter alia malls in their hundreds and thousands. So it appears that there's been some form of mobilization. And if social media was used in this regard, and there is some evidence before us that WhatsApp and Facebook, more so WhatsApp, was used, then would you agree that that then would most likely have been once again closed source social media, for example, WhatsApp groups and so on?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. It's as I mentioned earlier, it's very difficult to ask people to attend a specific event on open source social media simply because you're not sure who is coming. If you organize it in smaller events, you're able to give people times and dates when they need to arrive. They can pose questions about transport and who gets there and who doesn't and so on. So, I mean, just logistically, it makes sense for the acts themselves to be organized on closed source, because logistically it's easier. And then secondly, in terms of accountability, you're not putting your social media profile out there making these kind of arrangements. I mean, it would be a really easy case to make if you can see a social media account say, be at this warehouse at this time, and the following morning people are there, they loot, they burn the building and so forth. It would be really easy open and shut case then to link that account with that particular case of incitement.
Thank you very much. And to get access once again to this closed source, like for example WhatsApp groups, you will have to have the I'm not sure, WhatsApp is now part of, it belongs to Facebook or something, I think. You would have to get the permission of Facebook, it appears, because that's not encrypted, I suppose. And then to trace it back to the actual person who sent that WhatsApp in the first instance, that would that be possible?
Obviously, once you get that, you'll have access to the WhatsApp account that was used. Again, you'll need to see whether that specific communication was encrypted or not. The general rule is WhatsApp communications are encrypted, so you wouldn't necessarily be able to get a hold of the WhatsApps from Facebook or Meta directly. And I suspect you'll actually need to have access to the phone itself to see and find the communications that were sent and received. And once you've got that, once you've hypothetically, whether it comes now from Facebook or Twitter or wherever, if you've got the messages linking that account and making those statements, you'll then have to basically stake your regular law enforcement investigation steps and to link that number or that account, that email address, whatever the evidence is that you've received, to the individual. Whether that's done through RICA, whether that's done through further open source investigations, whether that's done through calling in witnesses and questioning them, that'll be be different from one case to the next.
Without having access to one of the two relevant devices and a message being encrypted, is there any equipment that would still be able to actually track that down, or not? Or would you need
I mean,
one of
the encryption process can be broken, but whether it'll be feasible and depending on the strength of the encryption, it can take decades to crack some of those encryption algorithms. So it's not necessarily feasible to do that. Even some of the most sophisticated spyware, the Pegasus software, for example, relied on the fact that the phone itself unencrypts the WhatsApp messages as they come in. They never actually went to the trouble of trying to crack the encryption itself. They basically listened after the encryption was done by the phone itself. And without that, unfortunately, it's near impossible to, unencrypt that using traditional means. I can't see any situation where that would actually be feasible to do.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions. I think we have come at the end of it, this evidence. Thank you very much, Mr. Leroux. It was indeed very informing, and I think helping the Commission a lot in terms of understanding the social media dimension of what have occurred, or the potential social media dimension. We really thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you for the Commission.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Thuli indicated that she does not have a question to ask. So you are excused, and we are going to adjourn now. All the best, and have a good afternoon and evening. Mr. Leroux, all best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are going to adjourn for the day. Tomorrow we will listen to the evidence of the Minister of Justice, Mr. Harold Lamola. The time for that is
9 o'clock, Commissioner.
9 o'clock. So we adjourn until 9 o'clock tomorrow for the evidence of the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. Thank you very much.